The last time that we left off, we were kind of discussing what our next course of action was going to be. And that involved finding the old woman who was alleged to have stolen the river water by, I want to say Ixlee. I get those two confused, Ixtab and Ixlee. Before we head out, we have a snack break. Rykard, Beacon, and Boone talk a little bit about themselves and where they're from. Before we start traveling towards the witch's treehouse. So we find this like 200-foot tall tree with signs of some other people having been there before. We see some pythons that were in place, but they don't go up very high. And we also found a scrap of fabric that we kept. So to climb up the tree, Boone ends up turning into a giant bat and carries Beacon up. Rowan turns into like a wolf spider and carries up Rykard. And Alexios just flies up himself. And we eventually go inside, and we get this like really like cottagecore spooky witch house in the tree, which is like a perfect example of like a fairy tale witch's hut in this creepy old witch. When Alex gets inside, immediately charmed with a spell, and heads inside, and everyone else follows. Rykard also gets charmed by the witch, but everyone else is fine. Rowan tries to interfere, but not really able to. The witch says that she wants to make a deal with us, and if we procure something for her, she's going to give us the water back. Boone is immediately not interested, doesn't want to do it, whereas Beacon kind of immediately wants to jump in, and we kind of try to get a bit more details, but she's not saying very much. One interesting thing is that when Rykard shows her the little pink vial, she doesn't like immediately doesn't immediately reveal what it is, but she seems interested in it. Then we start noticing like just some like weird suspicious things around the space, and after Rowan casts detect magic, we notice that the space isn't really real. It's illusion magic, and he calls her out for being a fake, only for her to reveal herself as Vera. So Vera says, "Good job, not taking the deal right away." And this was meant to be some kind of demonstration of when to take deals that are necessary and then when to avoid them. Did we learn the lesson? I don't know. We'll figure that out later. But Rowan is very excited to meet her. Vera explains what the true goal of all of this was. It was to get Harpy's egg and bring it safely back to Bravehollow to be researched. The Harpies have been coming over the wall and the barriers for reasons she doesn't know. And the creatures that we encountered earlier were basically just like set up for us. So she kicks us out. We end up traveling towards the Harpy's nest, talk a little bit about it, try to talk a little bit of strategy, kind of get sidetracked a little bit. I think initially the plan was that Rykard would go in to retrieve the egg with Alexios' backup. The rest of the group will act as a distraction, but that kind of immediately falls apart when combat begins very quickly. Overall, though, we're able to beat the Harpies, and we got to the egg. One Harpy flies off, but the rest of them are killed. The egg itself is very large, and it's covered in like the pink, veiny, like tendril things that we've been seeing. So we end up taking the egg, and Rykard puts it in his like genie vessel lamp, and it gives him a pretty sick burn. We also found some loot in the Harpy's nest as well, which was 20 silver, so we should have 4 silver each, 1 vial of acid, a thieves' tools, which Rykard took, a cap that we learned to be a cap of water breathing, which Alex has, 5 arrows, which Rowan took. We have some bird pipes and a cloak that Rykard has. So we need to figure out who has the bird pipes and the vial of acid if we did take them. But we end up heading back over to the barracks. Yeah, and on our way there, Alex explains that he and Beacon were also kind of here to find some kind of like infiltrator in Bravehollow, someone who's kind of trying to steal or break the Pact of Kassarian. And so we end up going back to the barracks. We return to Lucan with the egg, showing that we completed our quest successfully. Rekard and Boone go inside, and Alex and Beacon talk with Lucan a little bit. Lucan, whichever one it is. He explains that tomorrow we will be going to the main lodge, that our friends that we made earlier, Kianto and Huracan, made it back all right, but Putski will not be joining Bravehollow. Good riddance. So we're in good standing with Lucan right now since we helped some people out, and we're well on our way to becoming Hollow, but not quite Hollow yet. So not actually like part of the Bravehollow order. Inside the meal hall, we see about half of the people we originally saw in the morning. Illyria, Brownlock, Griffo, and Greymore made it back, as well as the Tieflings. And there's also a new group of people as well that Rowan notices. Someone from Clan Thunderlord, someone from the Raiding Empire, and someone dressed in a yellow and blue robe that has illusory magic over their face, and who may or may not be Hector and Kai's love child. Who knows? Rykard hangs out with Greymore for a little bit, and we kind of just regroup and talk about what happened. At the end of the night, we didn't do too much. Rykard got his vessel back because he exploded it earlier. I forgot to mention that. We get the cap of water breathing. But the most interesting thing happened at the end of the night when Rykard listens into some conversations at night and attunes to the Dark Shard amulet. He sees the individual from Clan Thunderlord gets up at one point, and then comes back inside 10 minutes later. And then he hears some whispering in a language he doesn't know and a flash of pinkish energy, and that's where we left off our last session.
All right, are there any additional details that anyone would like to add?
Not that I can think of. I think it was pretty good. Get a recap.
All right. Let's see. Okay. Let me just change the music for us here and move on to the next day here. So, as the grip of sleep finally sets over all of you, including Rykard, you find that most of you spend a relatively calm sleep within the safe confines of the barracks. Beacon, a dream sort of floats through your mind, a hopeful one of a time and a future where you will be able to assist even more people going forward. The thoughts of the two tieflings, Kianto and Huracan, that you had managed to help the previous day, drift through your mind in a nebulous way, not in a clear, linear form of events or even as a solid memory. But you understand that you have already begun to take strides towards a path of kindness and help that follows your personal Illuvusian philosophy. As each of you wake the next morning, it is a bit of a jarring wake-up call. Who here has the highest passive perception?
Got a 16.
I think it's Rowan. Yeah, because I have 15. I think you have
also
16.
15.
Right. Rowan, waking from the depths of sleep, you almost immediately are cognizant that the somewhat serene atmosphere of the barracks and its sort of magical protections seem a little bit different today. You hear whistling winds just outside the doors, which the heavy iron and wood doors seem to almost bang with the force of a wind just beyond the threshold of the doorway. You hear cracking of loud thunder and see from beneath the cracks in the doorway flashes of light. The few slit-like windows that surround the space additionally belay this flashing, brilliant light. And you can hear people outside barking out orders, yelling out to one another. But whatever storm seems to have struck outside, inside the barracks, as you awaken, Rowan, you see that the few people who are awake, other than yourself, seem perturbed but not actively panicking about this storm. Amidst the crowd of sleeping individuals, the numbers which have dwindled to about 11 or 12 of you total, prospective members, that is, you see Illyria, the very, very pale, almost albino looking elf girl with a sort of like a hair comb sort of tucked up in her hair, or like a claw-like clip, hitting all of her hair up. You can see that she is sort of like preparing herself for whatever adventure is up ahead for the rest of the day. Additionally, you can see the member of Clan Thunderlord, this heaving, almost massive-looking individual, seems to be packing up his belongings into a pack, leatherish and sort of loose in its drapings. The only other person that appears to currently be awake, Rowan, is the tiefling Huracan, who you had met the day before. You can tell that they sort of seem to be waking almost exactly at the same time as you, Rowan. Likely awoken by a heavy boom from just outside the safety of the barracks. Amidst the sort of ambience of this storm, one voice does stand out to you. Just beyond the walls and the door that keep you all safely enclosed in this almost perfect square space, you can hear the voice of Lucan barking out orders to someone just outside. Within this strange juxtaposition of the cacophony outside and the calmness within, your eyes drift to the lotus pool where the goddess statue is stood. Floating around it, almost acting as lights for the space, you think you see a few firebugs floating outward. The rest of your companions are currently asleep, Rowan.
Are there windows in here, or is it just like four walls?
There are windows, but they're not like glass that opens up. It's more like long rectangular slits, about 5 or so feet tall, that are high up, about 10 or so feet up on the walls. And there's about 10 of them per wall. So you get a sense of what's going on outside, but they're not large enough that like rain and wind and all of those things are actively like getting inside. You would probably also have to like scale up a little bit to actually see what was going on outside. More than anything, they just provide a little bit of light to this otherwise darkened space.
Okay. Yeah, he'll just kind of, after waking up a little startled and taking a minute to take in his surroundings, he'll kind of start to smile in the direction, seeing the little kind of lightning bugs, fire bugs, whatever you want to call them, fireflies around the statue. He'll kind of get up and wander over there and just try to interact with them, or see if he can get one to land on him, or try to catch one in his hands.
All right. You can either choose to roll animal handling or nature, whichever you would prefer.
We'll try nature. 23.
All right. You reach out a somewhat tentative or cautious hand towards the lightning bugs. As they flit around the statue, you notice that one or two seem to drift towards you. a large-looking one, about 2 inches long, lands on the back of your hand. And as you take a look over it, you can see that the light that it gives off, which flickers ever so slightly, has a slight pinkish tinge to it.
Is that normal? Like, have I ever seen these creatures before?
Carrying over that previous 23 nature check there, it can be. Creatures just generally tend to be very odd. Again, on
Mhm.
Craven's Bone, lots of odd things. But you've heard of lightning bugs having different colorations. Another one drifts by, and you can see that it has sort of a soft lavender hue. Looking over them, you have a sense that they're just different colored lightning bugs. Although the size of them is quite large. Although again, you've heard many stories about strange flora and fauna on this island. Not something to really be shocked by.
He'll look at the one that's on his hand and kind of very daintily with his little finger will try to almost like pet it or just kind of wiggle his little finger in front of his face. Hey, little guy. Oh, God, I sound awful. I think those hoppies got me sick. And he'll kind of cup his hand over the, assuming it's like on the back of his hand, he'll take his other hand and kind of cup it over the firefly, and he'll walk over to whoever's bed's closest to where he's at right now.
Looking around, you take stock of who in your group is closest, and you approach a beacon.
He'll sit down. Beacon, psst, wake up, and he'll kind of like
Yeah,
wiggle.
Yeah, Beacon wakes up. Yes, morning. Hello? Oh, hi, Rowan. Morning.
Morning. Look what I found, and he'll kind of gently uncup his hand a little bit and try to show you.
Oh. Oh, hello, little guy. Just kind of try to I put my finger on the little firefly. I've never seen a firefly in this color before.
Me either. I've heard about them, but ones that I've always seen have been yellow. There's a bunch of them over by that statue, that goddess. Do you recognize it?
Yeah, I'm gonna look at the statues. It's a goddess that I would recognize.
Looking over towards the statue, you take stock of the various features. You see a very tall, sort of larger set woman, carved in solid stone. She has sort of this massive mane of sort of coiled, kinky, sort of textured hair that comes off of her head, and almost a slight glow like aura that comes off of her as well. Roll a religion check.
Pretty 20.
Looking over the statue, you recognize this to be a goddess that originally was worshipped almost entirely in Agna, but as of recent years has begun to sort of be a bit more ubiquitous. This is a depiction of the continentian goddess of art, beauty, and love. You're struggling to sort of recall any other information about her. You think that maybe something to do with gladiatorial combat and revels may also fall within her domain, though you're not entirely positive. Her name eludes you at this moment as you look over her, but you've certainly seen this figure before. She's not worshipped in Clofjord as such, although, you know, Clofjord is more focused on philosophical sort of hegemony than religious. That being said, as the HKE has expanded further and further into Agnes' domain, the gods and goddesses that the once reviled, or rather revered, and now reviled nation followed have sort of started to proliferate throughout the HKE as well.
Yeah, I guess I'll say. I don't recall the name of this goddess, but she is from Continentia. Um, her worship has kind of spread over the last century or so. She's a goddess of art, of music, I think combat as well, like gladiators and whatnot.
Oh, okay. That's a good point. I was actually about to ask. I was like, given what Beacon knows and has shared with me about like what she rules over, would that ring any bells to like what I know about Possum and Vera?
Sure, we'll say that you can roll a history check at advantage here.
Oh, okay. 16.
Although you haven't really seen many depictions of this goddess, with the details given to you by Beacon, you can surmise that this is likely Seraphine, a goddess that was followed by both Verilith, who you've recently encountered, and the forgetting the word for it, but recently or somewhat recently deceased Possum, two members of the Shrike Syndicate.
He has like this moment of recognition kind of wash over his face as he throws his hands up and shoos the little firefly away. Oh, I'm an idiot. I didn't recognize it last night, but I think that's Seraphine. Possum and Vera from the Shrike Syndicate, they worshipped her. I've never really seen any proper depictions of her, only the occasional doodle, but she's beautiful.
Oh, Seraphine. Yeah, she is quite beautiful. She doesn't show up very much in Clothjord, so I can't say that I recognized her.
Yeah, I mean, I've worked with some different gods and goddesses before, but usually the ones native to our lands. Never really any of the Continentian ones. Anyway, though, I hear some racket outside. I also hear Lucan barking orders at someone. We might want to start getting ready soon.
Yeah, I'll get everyone else up.
Sweet, I'm gonna go finish packing, and he'll run back to his area and start packing up all his things and summoning Freya and all that.
It's nice. Yeah, I will. I know, kind of roll over and then I'll wake Alex up, and then everyone else are ready to go.
As each of you wake, some more abruptly than others, to sort of the presumably gentle waking of Beacon, how would Beacon go about waking everybody up here?
You just like kind of grab the shoulder, just like kind of shake them up, wake a little bit, and not like aggressively, just be like, hey, we got to get up, kind of.
As you all wake to the light jostling and kind words of Beacon, you find that many of you, as you wake up, find that the space is quite dark and dim. There's not much light coming in from the few windows that sort of surround the space. There is a coldness to the air that is strange for the tropical sort of nature of the isle. There's also a slight pressure that you can all sort of feel at the front of your heads from a shifting in the clouds and in the air. Something from a sort of I'm blanking on the word here, but from a weather perspective is changing. Where the day before it was humid in the air but hot with a sort of beating sun, the slight clouds rolling in. Now you all, even without leaving this building, can tell that those darkened clouds have fully socked in the isle. And once it's been pointed out to you, Beacon, that outside Lucan is yelling, you can sort of hear it a little bit better now. It doesn't sound like he's in peril, just that he's commanding, using a very commanding voice to yell out orders to other people.
Do I hear specifically what the what the orders are?
Roll a perception check. No, you cannot.
Yep. Okay, well, I'd probably assume that probably hear a bit better if it's closer outside. So he's gonna pack his things and wait for everyone to be ready to go.
Yeah. Alex is mostly already ready, having packed most of his stuff the night before. But kind of rubs his head a little bit. Do you think it's possible that we might have ended up in the mountains? Now it feels a little bit different here. Like an altitude
That's what's made.
or pressure.
That's what makes sense. It's fascinating that the island can do that, though. Be a tropical place in one moment, and then mountains the next.
Just kind of taking a look around the space. What are some other people doing as they're getting up?
Go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
My sheet. 17.
All right, as you take a bit of a look around, Alexios, you can see that most people are now awake, although those two tieflings that you hadn't encountered before still remain asleep presently. You can see that Greymore, who is sort of climbed out of his bedroll, is working with that strange cylindrical object again. You can see that there are metal rounds with arcane carvings or etchings in them that he seems to be loading into the barrel of whatever machine he was working with the other day. You can see that beyond that, he has almost this feathered, super teensy little feather duster, or a cleaner for a pipe that you can see that he is cleaning that device with. You can see that the very large wildling seems to be sharpening a spiked edge at the bottom sort of haft rather of their massive warhammer, and you can see that Illyria is now done seemingly combing out her hair. You can see her twisting her hair up into very intricate sort of almost smaller buns, and then shoving almost dagger-like long spikes into her hair to hold them in place. No one seems particularly worried or rushed. That is, until the doors are thrown open by Lucan. With a massive bang, the doors swing open and crack against the stones of the inside of the building. You see that the half-orc looks slightly tousled and frazzled, but mostly just from the heavily blowing winds that you can hear now whistling extremely loud through the doorway. You can see that upon his head is a sort of darkened, leatherish hat that holds down his sort of like long salt and pepper hair. And you can see that he is wearing what looks to be a very subtly green-tinged leather duster. As he stomps in, the heavy sound of his boots sort of echo throughout the slight quietness of the space, just at the silence that falls over everyone due to the loudness of his own arrival. He sort of, with his yellowish eyes, looks over the group and says, "Everybody up, now! We gotta go." He sort of moves over to one of the tieflings who's still slightly curled up, barely waking up, and he sort of like gives a light kick at their foot and says, "Now, hurry!" He quickly sort of turns over to your group, looks over all of you, and meeting his eyes with yours, Alex says, "Get your group ready, boy. We got places we need to be, and quick."
Right away. And I will tap one of the arcane orbs that I have, and I'll cast light on it just to give a bit more light in the room and hopefully wake a few more people up.
All right, sort of seeing that you have this situation handled, he immediately turns on his heel and walks back out, where he begins to bark orders once more to people that must be outside. You hear a strange sort of shrieking noise, Alex, and you see, without even looking towards it, as he steps out through the threshold, the half-orc seems to throw a large rope that you did not notice attached at his hip out towards something. The shrieking noise stops, and he takes a few steps forward, and you can hear a squishing type noise. Alex, you seem to sort of have been left in command of this group here. What would you like to do?
Sorry, just first question, Harry, did he seem like he was like particularly nervous or kind of like business as usual, but hurry up?
He didn't seem nervous, but certainly assertive, and he wants you to go and go fast.
Right, yeah, okay. All right, yeah, I'll start getting the rest of the group together. What are Rykard and Boone doing?
Sort of scratching at his scruff, wiping the spit off of the corner of his mouth, getting ready.
I'm ready.
All right, we need to move a bit more quickly, Rykard.
You say something?
We need to move quickly.
Hmm?
Let's hurry up. Let's go.
My God.
I'm moving. Ugh. Boone, come on.
Brother, I've been up.
Come on, let's go. Holding everybody up.
Just finish tying your damn
Come
loopy-loops.
on. Alright. Hear his knees pop as he starts walking.
Old ass.
I'll head for the door.
I was gonna say he's too young for that, but here I am at the same age, and my knees definitely not.
All right. With Rowan heading towards the door, I would like Rowan to go ahead and roll a perception check. Is anybody else taking their time, or are you hurrying?
I'm
Very alert.
going.
9.
Alex is going,
Ready.
but also making sure that Rykard is following quickly.
He's lighting up his
Alright.
morning cig for his breakfast.
You can't have
All right.
tobacco for breakfast, twin.
As Rykard is sort of
Can we put this
almost
outside, please?
lackadaisically getting up, lighting his cigarette, getting himself ready, Rowan, you sort of, already having been somewhat prepared, rush towards the door, where looking out, you see an odd scene. You see a number of individuals that had not been there the day before, dressed in different colors and clothing that you feel represents different groups in the Bravehollow society. They are rushing about, moving quickly, and you notice that some of them are struggling to sort of rein in horses that seem to have been spooked by something. You can hear the heavy whistling wind, and you can see the force of the wind blowing just outside. The rainforesty canopy of trees that had been present the day before, they seem to be pushed almost 30 degrees over from the heft of the wind. You can see the whole tree canopy is bowing and bending and almost breaking, as if it's being swallowed back down or being tugged back down towards the ground, while also being pushed by this strong wind. Looking out, you see sort of the flopped body of what looks to be a leathery winged, spiked mouth, sort of bony looking, almost pterodactyl looking creature. This must have been the thing that Lucan took down extremely quickly, just as he left outside. You notice that none of them are crossing into the threshold of the barracks, but you can see two others of these flying creatures moving about, almost like they're circling the barracks in the sky above. Outside, you also see that there is a large cart. It looks like it could sit maybe about 10-ish people. And you can see that it's partially loaded with barrels of supplies. There's rope and a few other things all piled up in this cart, including the harpy egg that you had gathered the day before. Beyond that, without going outside, you can't take further stock of what's going on, but you notice people rushing about, their attentions certainly not on the initiates within the barracks at present.
You all just see Rowan like open the door and kind of freeze in the doorway, grimacing. He'll kind of like poke his head out, look up a little bit, and lean back in. Rykard, you might want to hurry up. I think there's
I'll push you out through the door.
Why do you sound like that?
I got sick. Did no one else get sick? This is why I shouldn't be in the I don't know. The harpies, the water, the jungle. There's unfriendlies in the sky.
The threshold of the door.
There's unfriendlies.
Boone, did you shove him through the threshold of the door?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead and roll an attack against Rowan.
It would be my honor.
So this will be with your strength here.
Oh, it's strength. Even better. Actually, that's worse. Never mind. Get your ass going.
All right, Rowan. As you sort of turn, talking to Boone and Rykard, you're momentarily distracted by Rykard's question as Boone shoves you through the threshold of the door. The second one of your boots touches the ground, just outside the threshold, you hear a screeching noise as something swoops down towards you. You are no longer under the protection of the shrine that you had found yourself in. As it dive bombs towards you, you see sharpened claws for just a second. What is your armor class?
16? 16?
16, okay. All right. As claws come flying down towards you. Whoa, that did not go right.
You died. You just died.
Peace.
You hit your soul.
23 to hit. Swooping down towards you, massive blackened claws come directly towards your face, Rowan. As you're thrown off guard by the push coming from Boone, you're unable to defend yourself as one of these sharpened talons comes directly down, just barely missing your face. It grazes the edge and digs into your shoulder as you can now feel this thing is trying to grab onto you. You take... Oh, that didn't work either. Let me try that again. 3 points of piercing damage, and I need a dexterity saving throw from you, please, Rowan.
Oh my god.
I can't stop laughing.
7.
7. All right. So, Boone, from your perspective, maybe jokingly, You decide to push Rowan just barely out of the threshold here, and immediately see a giant, leather-winged, bestial creature with bone-like protrusions, a little bit of feathers almost around like a maney area. And you see these claws sink directly into his shoulder as he is immediately lifted off the ground and being carried away. Rowan, you are now 30 feet up in the air as this pterodactyl starts to fly away with you in its claws.
Oh no.
I fly after. I try to smack him down.
All
Like,
right.
smack its feet.
As you attempt to sort of fly after Boone, I would like you to go ahead. Anybody who is going to actively get involved in this confrontation, it's theater of the mind here, but I am going to need you all to go ahead and roll initiative, please.
Okay.
All right.
Let's take this as a learning moment, you know? You know what I mean?
You're
Chrissy,
taking too
wake
damn
up.
long.
I said I didn't even finish a sentence.
I don't like it.
Chrissy, wake up. It's like
This is
the Scooby-Doo live-action movie where the pterosaur in
Yeah,
the
it's just
museum
like
comes
that.
to life.
Exactly.
Victor. Oh, I forgot to click it. Oh, we
there's-
all
yeah,
forgot to
there's
click
nothing
it.
to
It's because
click.
you don't have tokens, so I have to add you
Oh.
in manually here.
I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
guys.
That was an apology to Harry, not to Chris.
Right, yeah. You pushed me out the door. I'm trying to warn you guys. Right, I'm okay. Yep. Just making sure I
You
have it
turn
all.
around and we're yapping about your voice or
Yapping
some
about
stupid shit.
literally nothing. I was first sentence.
Exactly.
Allergic to accountability, am I right, Chris?
I'm saying,
bro.
I'm saying.
Oof,
All right, you
I
guys
hate
should
it.
be able to add yourselves in there now.
I cannot.
And if
Yeah,
we
we don't
know-
have like permissions because I think they're just
Oh,
they're not
Yeah.
attached
I
to our
added
tokens.
them. Okay,
yeah.
so Boone, your initiative is 21. Rowan, what did you get?
5.
17?
5.
5. Okay. Well, that makes sense because you just got thrown off guard and you
Yeah,
got
yeah.
yanked up into the air here.
What's the
All
total
right.
score here?
Beacon,
Be on
you
your
got
guard.
17.
Yep.
Alexios, that's a 20. Rykard a 7. He's still waking up. He's not done having that morning cig.
Brother's gonna have to smoke it in one drag.
Ton is at
You
One
better
pull.
swallow it.
And as this is effectively a surprise round, seeing as you got thrown into this faster, that means the pterodactyls get to roll with an advantage here on their initiative. Okay.
Do you have a picture of the pterodactyl?
No. But picture a pterodactyl.
There's
They
different
are.
kinds, Harry.
I know these are fantasy ones. So picture, I suppose, your stereotypical pterodactyl. However, they have a spike-like protrusion coming off of the back of their skulls. They have a feathery mane, and their coloration is a sickly, almost putrid gray color. All right, now the dinosaurs. Okay. This one has a 21.
Actually, they're not dinosaurs. They're pterosaurs.
This is all fantasy. They're not real pterodactyls. They just look like them. And this one got a 10, which sucks because it rolled an advantage. All right, descending. Boom, boom. There we go. All right, so Dino 2, which is the one that is holding you up, Rowan, goes first. It is going to begin to attempt to attack you now that it sort of has you within its claws here. It can't attack anything with you but you except for at disadvantage. So it is going to attempt to now bite you rather than attack you with its claw here. 20 plus 4 to hit here.
God.
It gets a nat 1. So as you're sort of like moving and dodging and attempting to fight back within the claws of this creature, as you're flying ever further upward, you're going to move another 30 feet. You are now 60 feet aloft in the air here, Rowan. It is holding firmly onto you with its claws. It attempts to snap down on you with almost like an alligator-like long mouth, but you manage to barely nimbly dodge out of the way.
Rowan is screaming, by the way.
As Rowan lets out a scream, another dinosaur swoops down. This one goes towards one of the horses at the front of the cart. That you can see that Lucan and a number of other sort of people who are members of Bravehollow have been attempting to get this cart ready. Beacon, it's sort of clicking to you now. Those are the orders he was barking. He was telling them to take down these flying creatures so that they could cover your escape. As this dinosaur swoops down, it crashes and sort of attempts to sink two firm, large claws into one of the horses at the front of the carriage. From where you're standing, Beacon, as well as where you're up in the air, Rowan, the pair of you can sort of spot this horse immediately has claws sunk into it. It lets out a neigh of pain and begins to sort of thrash against the barding that was set upon it, as well as its reins. If it's too threatened, if it's too in danger, it's going to attempt to escape fully from its confines. You'll be down a horse on this cart here. All right, Boone, you are up.
I'm going to rush after Rowan in the air, and I'm going to cast Thorn Whip at the Pteranodon.
All right, what is your speed? Are you attempting to get like level right now? They're about 60 feet up in the air.
My fly speed is 30 feet. I'm just gonna try and take their trajectory and fly after them.
All right, so sort of following almost directly after here, you attempt to reach out with your Thorn Whip. What is the range of Thorn Whip?
Exactly 30 feet.
Exactly 30 feet. All right, so tell me, is it an attack or is it a save?
It's an attack, so I make an attack roll.
All right, go ahead and roll the hit.
15?
A 15 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
It's pulled towards you, right?
Yes, it takes 3 feet piercing damage, and if it
Takes
is
3 feet of
large
damage,
or
yeah.
smaller, I can pull it 10 feet closer to me.
All right, it is I would say, large creature. So as you reach out, you begin to pull it towards you. How much can you pull it? 10 feet?
10 feet. I want to like lasso it by the foot.
All right, as you sort of like almost winding up your Thorn Whip overhead, you launch it out in a perfect sort of lasso motion on the foot that is not, or rather like the clawed sort of like foot-like appendage. I don't know what the exact terminology for dinosaur, and I don't want Madison to kill me. So
A tootsie.
it's Tootsie's, it's with the one that is not sinking directly into Rowan's flesh, holding him aloft. You wrap it around the other leg and begin to reel it back in. You can see that the pterodactyl is beating its wings heavily, but with your sort of strength and your natural magical abilities, Spoon, you reel it 10 feet closer to you. Anything else on your turn? That is your movement and your action.
That's all I got.
Alrighty. Okay, at the end of Boone's turn,
Wait,
Alexios is
wait.
up.
Oh,
Yeah?
I can't cast another leveled. Wait, no, leveled spell. Cantrip doesn't count, right?
A cantrip does not count as a level
Okay,
spell.
I will cast Healing Word at first level on Rowan.
That's a
and
leveled
the Healing
spell.
Word. Oh, I thought because
So
I
if-
can't
No,
trip.
Thorn with the cantrip. Thorn with
Yeah.
is a cantrip, so she should be able to cast
Oh,
it.
okay. My bad. I thought you were saying the opposite.
No,
Okay, yes, you can cast Healing Word. Go ahead.
the Healing Word is gonna be my bad at level 1.
I only took 3 points.
You
You're
get-
good.
You get 11 points of damage. Well,
So,
my bad.
so
Damage.
now, so now you want to? Okay, right,
Damage.
right.
That was not healing,
damage.
bro.
Yeah, the Healing Word is bitch, and you get hurt.
I believe that's called cutting words.
That was actually a
All right.
max
Cool.
healing word too.
Period.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Nice.
saying.
All right. You can feel your wounds beginning to stitch back up, Rowan, but you can sort of feel the claws that are still dug into you are holding the wounds open. They will knit closed once you are released from the grasp of this creature. But you are keenly aware that you are 50 feet up in the air right now. Alexios, you are up. Lucan is on deck.
All right. Hearing the commotion, I'm going to poke my head out the door a little bit. Take a look. See how far Rowan is away. 50 feet, you said?
It should be 50 feet now,
Yeah, because the
50
10
feet?
pulled down.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
50
Okay.
feet.
So if it's 50 feet, then Alex is going to call out to Rowan. Just drop. Try to get down. I'll catch you. And I'll take a look at the surroundings. Notice the egg that's in the cart, and I would like to weave together a minor illusion to make a tarp over the egg so that way the creatures don't try and get at it.
Oh, okay. So you reach a hand out towards the cart. What does the sort of conjuring of this illusion look like, Elixios?
I think it's just it's very quick, but these threads kind of just begin to like appear in the air and kind of knit themselves together to form a tarp over top of the egg in the cart. And basically, my plan here, other than that, is to try to catch Rowan with Featherfall
All
if
right.
he can get down.
Let's
Okay.
try.
Okay. In that case, anything else on your turn, Elixios?
No, that was my action. That was some of my movement.
If you are attempting to use your... Hold on. I'm thinking. I think for Featherfall, it doesn't count as holding your action because it's just a reaction spell.
No, because
so
it's a
you're
reaction,
good.
right? So
Yeah.
as soon as I see him and like potentially anyone else falling, I can
Yeah.
do it then.
All right. In that case, it is
That's kind of
Lucan's
essentially
turn.
what I'm doing. Yeah.
So, you see, as you're sort of peeking your head out, Elixios trying to like keep an eye on Rowan, who's up in the air, Boone flying up after them. Lucan sort of rushes over, running about 30 or so feet in the direction of the horse and the pterodactyl there. He reaches out and, kind of similarly to Boone, has this like whip like weapon. There are about 4 or 5 long blades on its edge, and it itself is a wound leather lasso or like whip. And it has these like thorn like spikes that stick out of the edges. He sort of swats down with it towards the pterodactyl creature. Its long blades sinking directly into its flesh, attempting to spook it off from the horse. He is going to make an attack. And he has an 18. He hits the pterodactyl. As he smacks it down, he is going to deal with his special weapon 12 points to the pterodactyl. As he cracks down the lasso or the whip like weapon against its wing, he shreds the wing entirely. The creature lets off a shriek of pain and sort of like backs off from the horse, but is still just barely up. Lucan sort of spits out the side of his mouth with a focused look of anger towards it. Sort of seeing the scene down below, another pterodactyl sort of swoops down, attempting to sink its claws into Lucan. As it swoops down towards him, claws at the ready, it is going to make an attack. With an 18, misses him. So as it attempts to cleave down and shred up his back, its talons sort of dig into its leather duster, but the hardened sort of head of the Bravehollow Lodge seems unperturbed and unfettered, barely even registering the attack. Beacon, you are now up.
Okay. How far away is Rowan right now? Like in feet?
50 feet.
50 feet. Okay. In that case, I will not do sanctuary. Yeah, okay, that's fine. In that case, I'm gonna hold up my shield and I'm gonna cast Shield of Faith as a bonus action on Rowan. So you
All
have
right.
a little bit more.
Thank you.
I see. No problem. Yeah. And then for my action, the dinosaur that just tried to swipe at Lucan, I'll take out my battle axe and I'm going to swipe at it.
All right. So as you sort of rush forward, you take out your battle axe and attempt to swipe at the dinosaur that has sort of set upon Lucan's back. Go ahead and roll an attack, Beacon.
Okay. Me too.
All right, 22 definitely hits.
Okay,
Topple is
sick.
con save.
Yeah, topple is con save.
Okay, they don't have great con. A 12, which I believe does not meet or beat your DC.
Yeah, and mine's a 13. So yeah.
All right. So would you please describe what it looks like as you attack this pterodactyl and finish it off?
Okay, well, I guess I rush towards it, seeing it attack from Lucan. I take a swing at it and I'm able to hit it in the back, um, as it's not facing me, and it goes flying a little bit and collapses, basically dead on the ground.
All right, as it
um,
collapses dead on the ground, Beacon, you see for just a second that its blood gives off this almost Klingon pink color
ooh,
before it vanishes from sight.
oh,
Its blood returning to sort of like a typical red. Anything else on your turn, Beacon?
no, that's
All right. A final sort of hovering, not hovering, but circling dinosaur. Um, it sort of lands down directly on top of the square structure of the barracks. It sort of leers down almost like a gargoyle and then begins to like dig its talons into the stone, looming down almost right over the entrance. It opens up its maw like it's ready to snap its mouth closed around anyone who comes out. Rykard, you are up.
Ready? Walking out, sig in the corner of his mouth. Rowan is still in the claws of that one fleeting pterodactyl, right?
Yes, currently he is still up there.
All right.
But Alex has actively yelled out that he's going to do something about it.
Okay. I am gonna take a shot at it anyway, just because it's getting further away with Rowan. I'll do Eldritch Blast against it.
All right, go ahead and roll to hit.
9.
Fortunately, as you shoot an Eldritch Blast flying off towards it, you see the energy, the coalescing magical energy, as it shoots out of your palm, it spirals, and the pterodactyl, having been yanked slightly by Boone, it's sort of attempting to fight against the lasso, sort of veers side to side, letting out shrieking noises as it sort of buffets against the strong wind as well. And unfortunately, your Eldritch Blast just goes a little too wide.
Alrighty. That's it.
Any movement or bonus actions on your turn?
No bonus actions. Where am I right now?
You're still inside, like
How
just
strong
a
was
step
that
or
weed?
two. You're about a step or two, maybe like 5 feet if we're saying sort of like the dimensions and tiles.
Yeah.
Within the shrine. These
Okay.
creatures don't seem to be entering or passing through the threshold. They seem to be firmly just outside.
All right. I'll take a step outside.
All right, as you step outside, you can see the dinosaur that had its, or rather, sorry, Madison, the pterodactyl that is definitely not a dinosaur, has its mouth open, waiting to attack just outside of the threshold. And as you come out, it attempts to snap its mouth closed around you.
Okay.
Does a 15 hit you, Rykard?
Yes.
All right. So this is its bite attack. You'll take 5 points of piercing damage as this long, almost like crocodilian type mouth snaps shut on your right shoulder and yanks a chunk of flesh directly off of your shoulder cap. All right. Rowan, it is now your turn. As you're sort of thrashing up in the grasp of this pterodactyl, Boone flying after you, Elixios calling out to you, Rykard attempting to attack the creature. What would you like to do?
Oh god. I think Rowan has just been like, I think he yelped the second he got torn up into the air, started screaming for help, and he's just been kicking and flailing and trying to use his staff to like jab at his mouth to keep it from eating him. So I think at this point he's freaking out. He's kind of pushes his hand up and he tries to like put his hand on the underside of its beak mouth thing, like against its neck, trying to push it closed. And he just screams, "Let me go!" And these tendrils of magic start to swirl around his arm and pierce into the skin of the pterodactyl as he'll kind of quickly chant, "I call forth blood from your skin through lacerations made within." And I'll cast Inflict Wounds, and has to make a con save.
Alrighty, not very good at con. But it rolled a 20.
Hey, okay. Half damage is okay. Let me see, where is it? So 7 necrotic damage.
7 necrotic damage. Okay. You can see that it's sort of like the creature that's holding you aloft. It sort of like lets out a feeble, almost cry, and you can tell that like it's almost as though some of the strength from its wings wanes ever so slightly. It seems to like almost a little bit weaken against the lasso pull of Boone, but not so much so that you're tugged any closer. You're still being held aloft. We'll say at the end of your turn here, you can go ahead and roll either a strength athletics or dexterity acrobatics check against the escape DC of this creature here.
Okay, I was gonna ask, I'm grappled as a medium creature in its claws. Do I think if I
Yes.
turned into a tiny creature, I would slip out of its claws?
I'll say that you can then roll the dexterity check at advantage if you turn into a tiny creature.
Okay, I'll try. So yeah, kind of after he yells that incantation and those threads of magic start to split open different areas of its skin and it sprays blood. He looks back down at Alex. It didn't work. Please catch me. And then you can see his eyes just flash that verdant green, and I'll use my bonus action to wild shape, and his form kind of glows brightly, and then you can see he shrinks down into this tiny little indigo antlered weasel or ferret. Take your pick. Okay, and he'll try to wiggle out. So it was do you say dex, or sorry, what was the?
Yes. So the new rules are a dexterity acrobatics check.
Okay, dexterity acrobatics check, and you said add advantage because I'm tiny.
At advantage, yes.
Okay. Well, a 10.
Let me look at this. DC. Strength. I'm sorry, you just missed it.
Oof. Okay.
Oof.
He's
Alright,
still
so-
hung on, like maybe gripped by his tail, and he's just flailing around as a little ferret.
Rather than having its like talons sunk into you now, you see that its grasp just sort of like closes firmly shut, almost like an eagle when it grabs like a field mouse. It's now firmly wrapped around you, but still the creature is presently not flying any further. But you let out a little weaselly squeak as you thrash against its arms still. Alright, at the top of the initiative order here, sort of hearing the cacophony, the fighting outside, the rest of the people within the shrine begin to move, sort of immediately getting towards the entrance. The long white hair of Illyria sort of like flaps slightly in the wind. She sort of has her eyes giving off this almost like powerful reddish glow. She reaches her hands out, almost forming a triangle with her thumbs and her pointer fingers. She sort of lifts them up towards the pterodactyl that is grabbing onto you, Rowan. And she sort of like lets out a almost like shrieking sound, and as the sound waves almost pass through the triangle, this brilliant red emanation shoots off towards the pterodactyl. She's going to attempt to make an attack against it. Okay, with an 8, she does not hit it. The fiery sort of burst that flies off through the sky, it goes just a little too high, almost like skimming the edge of the pterodactyl without doing any damage. Right at Rykard, just behind you, you hear this loud banging noise immediately after the teeth of that creature are sunk into your shoulder, as something or someone tries to shoot at the creature that's attacking you, Rykard. You see the flash of fiery energy come off of a glowing metallic cylinder, and you see the sort of sharp-shooting eye of your friend Greymore just behind you as he also attempts to attack. Staying within the shrine, not taking a step out just yet, he attempts to attack. With a 9, he is also unable to hit his quarry. These pterodactyls are, oddly enough, just barely managing to dodge everything that's being thrown at them. But those of you who remain close to the barracks can hear that other people are now moving. You're going to have more help. But the dinosaur that is still clinging onto you, Rowan, is going to attempt to attack you once more, now attempting to take a bite out of you in your weaselly form. Does a 12 hit you?
It just misses. Or, well, I guess I still have shield of fate, so yeah, I would have missed anyway.
You feel the sort of like grazing of the teeth against you, but the magical barrier set forth by Beacon that surrounds your weasel form protects you from the teeth that sink down into you. It is then going to attempt... Can it attempt to break out of your thorn whip, Boone?
Let me see. Thorn whip.
I squeak loudly. Yeah, I don't think it's... I don't think it holds. I think it just pulls us.
Yeah, it just pulls. So it's not held by anything.
Does it remain after multiple turns, or is it just the one?
No, it's gone. I just yanked it towards us.
One tug.
It is then going to attempt to fly another 30 feet up in the air. As it sort of beats its wings, you go higher and higher up in the air, Rowan. You're now 80 feet up in the air. All right. The swooping dinosaur that had dug, or rather, sorry, Madison, you're gonna hate me after this, but the pterodactyl creature sinks its sort of talons. It's going to attempt to attack the horse once again. The 22, it digs its talons deeper and deeper into the horse. It is going to heal another 1d6 plus. Alright. As it sinks its talons deeper into the horse begins to buck, letting off another pained sound. The animal is not looking well at this point in time. Alright, Boone, you are up. Alexios on deck.
I am going to fly another 30 feet after them, so to still keep 20 feet between us. And I am going to... see, all my stuff is AoE. I'm going to sling a firebolt at it.
Alright, go ahead and roll to hit, Boone.
84.
24 definitely hits.
5 fire damage.
Alright, as this cascading fiery bolt begins to fire off towards the pterodactyl, would you like to describe it as your attack hits, Boone, and ends this creature?
Yeah, getting pissed off that this thing broke out of my like thorn whip lasso and kept going up with a little ferret in its claws. Boone's gonna grimace, and she's like almost like reaching down at a waist like you would for a revolver. She's gonna reach down and sling up like an upward like underhand motion, a firebolt at it, and hit it right in between the eyes.
Alright, as you sort of hit it like a dead shot, it immediately falls limp and loosens its grip and begins to fall in a free fall out of the sky. At the same time, so does Rowan. Alexios, this is your cue. What do you do?
All right, yeah, as soon as Rowan gets within range, I'm going to tug on the little feather earring that I have, and I'll cast Featherfall, and like a spectral wing, similar to what you saw yesterday, will kind of like swoop down and catch you, Rowan, and try to lower you down safely to the ground.
Thank God.
As you're scooped by spectral energy, you are lowered very gently and softly to the ground, a frightened ferret, right beside where you're sort of hiding in the shrine a little bit there, Alex. Almost like right beside where, rather, Rykard is standing outside, a limp corpse of a pterodactyl crashes down to the ground, letting out like a spurt of just guts and gore all over Illyria and yourself, Elixios, as well as Rykard.
Rowan goes flat like this the second he's on the ground. He's trying to make himself small.
He's glutes.
All right. Anything else on your turn, Boone?
I'll pull my fingers up to my lips and go blow on him.
All right, as you blow the smoke off of your fingers, Boone, Elixios, it is your turn. There are now only 2 dinosaurs that are clearly visibly present. One that has taken a large bite out of Rykard that is sort of leaning directly over the entrance of the shrine, very close to you, Alex. And there is a dinosaur that... Hold on. Yes, sorry, I forgot that that Beacon killed one of them. I was like, what's happening with these dinosaurs? So there's the one that is leaning down over and took a big bite out of Rykard. That is Dino number 4. Dino 1 is the one that is attacking the horse. They're about 15-ish feet away from you. They're both plainly visible to you now. You can see that Beacon has ran off after the one that was attacking Lucan, and he managed to kill it. And there's also the one directly in front of you that has been attacking Rykard.
All right, I'll kind of look up at the one attacking Rykard, and it's not very far. It's like right there, right?
It is the one that is attacking Rykard is about 5 feet in front of you.
Okay, yeah, okay, good. All right, then I'll just say to anyone around me, if you have anything that might be able to affect it in some way without actually hitting it necessarily, I would suggest you do so, and I will try to cast Mind Sliver on it. I need it to make an intelligence saving throw.
All right, an intelligence saving throw. They have very
Hopefully
low
they aren't smart.
intelligence. Minus 3.
That will not succeed. So it's going to feel like this kind of like flash of psychic energy go through its mind. And now, the next saving throw that it makes, it needs to subtract a d4, and it takes 1 point of psychic damage.
1 point of psychic damage. All right.
But minus the
Okay.
d4 is the better thing from the next saving throw.
Yeah. Alrighty. Okay. So, anything else on your turn, Elixios?
No, that'll be all.
All right. Now it's Lucan's turn. Lucan, sort of almost with like a bestial nature, sort of whips the leather cloak at his back, revealing or rather not cloak, but coat at his side. As he sort of reaches at his hip, his arm suddenly comes out, and it has this like bestial, jagged, almost monstrous nature to his right arm, which you had all plainly seen was not there before. He cleaves the arm down, almost like a smashing force against the pterodactyl, and just smashes his fist, going directly for its skull. Right. This is as he sort of smashes his fist directly against the pterodactyl skull, there's almost like a loud cracking that seems to echo throughout the space, even over the whistling wind. As you can all see, he just smashes in the skull of the pterodactyl that was attacking the horse. It just flops limply dead on the ground. He then turns around, again whipping that coat with a loud sort of noise, and turns his attention towards the one that's attacking Rykard. He then takes large strides. He sort of like taps your shoulder, Beacon, and says, "One more. Let's go." As he moves
I
towards
nod.
the last one. All right, Beacon, you are up. Only one pterodactyl remaining.
Awesome. Okay, so yeah, I take in Lucan's words, and I get to that dinosaur, and I'm gonna try to swipe with one dino left.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I'm gonna try and I'll try to swipe at it.
All right, go ahead and roll the hit.
Oh, I'm on spells. 11.
An 11 just misses, unfortunately.
Oh, that's so sad.
As you rush at it with your battle axe at the ready, it sort of like barely manages to like move or like crawl ever so slightly, keeping its mouth still firmly sort of in Rykard's skin. As it like shifts ever so slightly to the side, you just barely miss it, Beacon. Anything else on your turn?
Nah. I can't do anything else.
Alrighty. Okay, it is now that dinosaur's turn. The dinosaur is going to attempt to attack you one more time, Rykard. I believe a 6 does not hit you.
Does not.
All right. Sort of as it attempts to take one last snap out of you, Rykard, it then beats its heavy wings and begins to pick up and fly away. Beacon and Rykard, you both get an attack of opportunity against it as it attempts to leave.
Ready? Oops. Good God.
We'll do it with the dagger. 18.
18 hits. Go ahead and roll damage. So, Beacon, you attempt to cleave it one more time, but as it beats its wings, it begins to take flight. Rykard, go ahead and roll damage.
9 damage.
9 damage. Okay. As you sort of stab your dagger into one of its sort of leathery wings, you make a deep, jagged slit that almost mirrors the giant chunk that it took out of your own shoulder. But it continues to bat its wings, and it lifts up in the air. You see it begin to fly up 30 feet up into the air. Rykard, it is now your turn. What would you like to do?
Eldritch Blast.
All right, go ahead and roll the hit.
22.
Go ahead and roll damage, please.
15.
15. All right. Would you like to describe how you take down this creature, Rykard?
As it's flying away, he pulls the whole sig, points his fingers up into the sky like a gun, like Boone did. Takes a look at Greymore. It says out loud, "Bang," before launching off the spell.
All right. Barely even looking in the pterodactyl's direction, you just say very firmly, assertively, almost challengingly, the word. As it fires off from your hand, it blows a hole directly through the sort of chest cavity of this creature, sending viscera flying up in a burst up into the air before raining back down. As you deal with the final dinosaur, or rather, the pterosaur, immediately everyone's attention turns back to the heavily whistling wind and the barking orders of Lucan as he says, "Everybody, we need to go now. Either get your behinds into this cart or find some way to keep up." He sort of lets out a deep, loud whistle. But a moment later, a blackish stallion seems to run almost directly out of the tree cover into the direction of Lucan, where he firmly grasps onto the mane of the horse and nimbly tosses himself back up upon its back. What would all of you like to do?
I grab Rowan by the scruff and start making it to the, start booking it to the cart.
Yeah,
I'll
got
fly
Beacon
down
on the side.
and head over to the cart.
To the cart.
I'll make sure everyone's on before I hop on.
All right. Beacon, go ahead and roll a perception check for me, please.
Alrighty. Yeah,
You
it's
attempt
just
to
a bad
take-
day for rolling.
You attempt to take a look around, making sure that everyone else has gotten into the cart before. You see that your allies, Rykard, Alexios, both load up into the cart. You can see a purple-looking ferret in Rykard's grasp. You surmise that it must be Rowan. You see the forms of Greymore and Illyria both hop into the back, as well as the tiny little gnome Brownlock. And you see sort of like tottering but attempting to run after them Griffo. They all load up into the back. You're not sure if that's everyone.
Okay, well, 7 to 7. I'm gonna say I think that's everyone. And I will hop in.
All right. You hop into the cart. As you do, the cart now appears to be fully loaded, or almost fully loaded with people. There is a member of Bravehollow who is wearing sort of reddish and white outfit. They hop in sort of at the front of the cart. You can see that they reach for the reins on that are attached to the horses. They quickly, sort of looking back to you, having heard you say, Beacon, that seemed to be everyone, cracks the reins, and the horses. The 4 horses that are pulling the cart begin to pull off from right in front of the barracks. You can see that Lucan is sort of near the back. No, the sleeping tieflings did not get in, Boone. But Boone, you never said that you were getting in the cart. So if you're still up in the air, you sort of have
Yeah,
an
I said-
aerial view here, and you can see that the
yeah.
cart begins to take off. It has your friends in it. You can see that Lucan on a black stallion is sort of circling at the rear, seems to be taking a look around. There appear to be, as you sort of take stock, go ahead and roll a perception check for me, actually.
23.
Boone, there is so much for you to take in, and I would love to tell you after a 5-minute break.
Okay.
These messages.
This is like some- It's like some Call of Duty transit type shit, man.
Oh,
I
Stuck
do.
outside the bus.
Literally, we're gonna get left behind at gas. The rest of the party's going on to power.
All right, so let's take a 5-minute break really quick here.
So you get your chips?
I do have to check on the chips.
Banana chips.
Animal!
With your aerial view, Boone, there's a lot that
yeah,
you
it
can
was
see.
me.
From the bent trees that have been blustered and bludgeoned by the heavy winds to your myriad other surroundings. What you notice, Boone, is the distant, not quite so distant, about 2 or 3 miles away, giant wall that keeps this section of the island separated from the rest. You can see that running along the upper edge of the wall itself, there are a bunch of humanoid-looking individuals that seem to be fighting a larger version of the pterosaurs that you had just been fighting. They seem quite capable, but you can see that they have strong magical attacks and weapons. You can see other of these flying creatures moving through the air, but they seem to primarily be on the other side of the wall. You hear the blustering winds that are bludgeoning against you from way up high, and you can see the shifting of the trees, almost as though the canopy of trees itself is dancing or entering a swirling, almost whirlpool. It's like the trees themselves begin to move and spiral, and you can see just barely peeking out from the canopy of trees, a whole new type of tree begins to pop out of the ground. They look to be almost pink-tinged sequoias bursting out of the ground like stalks of asparagus out of the ground, just straight up. You can hear shrieking noises, and as you briefly turn your eyes towards the sea, you see flying through the air from over the wall what appears to be a number of armed people flying on griffin back towards a entity that appears almost like a swirling watery tornado that is rising out of the ocean distantly on the outer edge of Craven's Bone. You distantly hear them yell out, "Tempest! Tempest!" But turning your attention down below, you see your friends being dragged forth on the back of a cart. 4 horses pulling them forward, with one of them heavily injured. At the entrance to the barracks, you see about 6 or so other people begin to trickle out. You see an individual who has sort of like tousled hair and blue and yellow outfit. You see the 2 tieflings that you had helped the day before. You see a hefty-looking individual covered in blue tattoos. You see a gray-skinned person with a red sort of leather armors and their face covered by a large hood. You also see 2 tieflings that you do not recognize, and you see one other person. They appear to be wearing a sort of long blue cloak. There are about 6 or 7 people left behind by your allies as the car begins to move. 2 horses sort of remain tethered at the side of the building. Boone, there's an influx of information coming towards you. Beyond just that scene, barely able to see over the giant wall up ahead, Boone, you see rising up, getting taller and taller with each second, a distant mountain that you had first seen when you had landed on the island a few days before. This mountain rises taller and taller and taller. An opening forming at the top of it, smoke billowing out of it. You are watching the island change before your eyes. A volcano rising from the northernmost tip of the island, stretching up towards the sky. And you see, as suddenly, distantly, moving north to south towards where you all are, the island starts to shake ever so slightly. Boone, what would you like to do?
Okay, hold on. Okay. Did you say the cart is like full?
It's not full.
The
There's
horsey
room
cart?
for a few more people on it, but there are more people than can fit in the cart.
But there's
And
2
the cart
horses
is
tied up.
taking off. There are 2 horses that are still tethered at the side of the shrine.
Okay. I'll zoom down. I'll yell out to the car with my hands like cupped around. I'll yell, "Hold! You've left people!"
Roll a persuasion check, Boone.
Okay.
At advantage.
Oh, okay. Good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
God damn.
Nice.
No concept. Well,
As you
Coulda,
sort of
shoulda,
swoop
woulda.
down towards the cart, you can see that the the Hollow, who is actively making the cart go, sort of looks to you and says, "We need to go now!" and cracks the reins again. You can hear the shuddering of the island as you hear branches and trees themselves snapping as it seems to be reorganizing itself before your eyes, Boone. This person does not seem inclined to stop. The rest of you can all see Boone swoop down and she yells out, but the person who is getting the cart moving does not seem inclined to stop.
okay. I am going to cast Speak with Animals. Can I do that?
Yep.
And I'm gonna yell out to the horses, "Stop the damn cart!"
Roll animal handling, Boone.
Okay.
You can tell that one of the horses is heavily injured as well, Boone.
21.
21. The horses at the front sort of like slow down, almost confused. They're not fully stopping, but they slowed their gait, and you can tell that the person who's
Okay.
trying to get the horses going looks very frustrated now.
I'll yell back to the 7 people that are like just coming out of the barracks. I'm gonna make a motion for them to like move. I'm gonna say, "Get your asses on the cart!"
All right, as you yell out, Boone, the rest of you can now obviously tell people are being left behind. Lucan sort of circles his black stallion back towards the people at the back. You can see he sort of like disembarks from his horse. He's trying to get people going as well. What do the rest of you want to do?
Well, upon realizing that there have been people left behind, I think Beacon is, he's probably gonna like get out of the cart and try to like hoist people on the cart as fast as possible, like as they're approaching.
All right, Beacon. The two tieflings that you had encountered the day before, Huracan and Kyanto, rush towards the cart, and you help heft them up onto the cart. But you can see that the cart is still like moving; it's not stopping fully. So you sort of have to hop off and rush back, and then run alongside to help them along. The cart itself can only hold about 10 or so people. With Rowan as a weasel, he doesn't count as a full person here. So currently on the cart, we have Elixios, we have Rykard, we have Illyria, we have Greymore, we have Brownlock, we have Griffo, and am I missing anyone? Boone is up in the air flying. Rowan is a little weasel. With the 2 tieflings now on, Beacon, you are not on yourself. There is only space for 1 more person.
How many people are left?
Yeah.
And there's 2 horses.
You managed to get 2 more people on. There are 5 people left.
Okay, is that including me and Beacon?
That's not including you, and it's not including Beacon.
Oh my God,
When
my
I said
cats
1
are going
person
crazy.
left, I assumed Beacon was trying to get on there. So there's technically 2 more spots, but
Okay, so
assuming Beacon's going to take one of them.
Okay, we get 1 more person on the cart, and then people double up on the horses.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Who's closest
I'm
to
gonna
the
try
cart?
to get 1 more.
All right.
Yeah. Were you gonna say, Sam?
Oh, I was just going to say if that's is that the plan that we're going to try to go with?
Mhm.
Like putting them on the horses?
Yeah, double up on the horses.
All right. Then how far away are they from us? Like, are they nearby? Could they hear us?
They're
Try to
about
call out to them?
65-ish feet away from you now. As like the cart is still moving because Boone has managed to slow the horses, but the person who was trying to get the horses to go, he's not stopping. He's intent on getting this cart moving.
I'll lean over the edge a little bit, trying to just kind of stay close to Beacon, and I will cast message towards some of the people who aren't quite able to make it onto the cart, and I'll just tell them, grab the horses that are back there, tied up. Double up, tell the others.
All right, as you sort of send that message back towards them, the individual in the blue and yellow seems to receive the message and, turning to the others, says, "We're doubling up on the horses. Go quickly now. Go, go!" And they start to like rush towards one of the horses themselves. They grab the hand of the massive tattoo-covered individual and seem to like haul them after them. The Raidiri individual with the red hood and the red armor rushes towards one of the horses and untethers it quickly, hops nimbly onto the back, where the individual that none of you have encountered in the sort of grayish robes climbs on as well. The 2 tieflings that none of you have encountered, they sort of look almost like hapless and hopeless, confused. Lucan rides over and grabs one by the back of their outfit and almost easily tosses them back onto the back of his horse. There is 1 person unaccounted for.
It's the other tiefling, right?
1 more tiefling.
Okay. If there's one more horse.
There's no more horses.
No, he's got to go in the
There's
cart.
no more horses. Dang it. Okay, great. Ugh, okay.
Pump those thunder thighs,
Alright.
Beacon.
Yeah, I'm running. I'm running towards the other tiefling and basically just hoisting him like potato style and running.
Potato style?
running to the cart.
As you
Like
toss him like a potato sack over your shoulder, a fireman carry, you rush over.
Yeah.
I like
Go ahead
potato
and roll an
style.
athletics check to see how quickly you can run with the sort of person on your shoulder. You run over to them. They look, more than anything, just like scared of this situation. Like they're freezing in this situation. They are an orange-skinned tiefling, and they are wearing like deep, rich, earthy orange robes, almost like monk-like robes.
Okay. For God's sake, should I use my inspiration?
I would.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Other one in the chamber.
Yeah.
That is true.
Bro's just
Yeah,
firing
true.
the
Remember
links.
you have another one.
Oh.
My
What are you trying to do?
God.
Eddie?
You do have another one.
Yeah, I'm just
It was
gonna
my
use the
fucking
other
luck
one.
point. Get Beacon some
One
luck
more
points.
time.
Hey, okay.
Well,
There we go.
You know what?
All right.
Higher than 12.
Feels- Let's go,
Beacon.
15.
You wrap your arms sort of around the backs of the knees of this stunned and almost frozen orange tiefling. You toss them over your shoulder, and with like a burst of force and energy, you begin to rush towards the cart. Beacon, a memory comes to the front of your mind, training hard for military service under the harsh and cruel eye of your father. Running drills. You remember hours upon hours running back and forth, carrying the weight of heavy armor and a heavy shield. This is nothing compared to those trials. As you rush towards the cart, you barely manage to toss the tiefling onto the edge before you yourself hop on up. The other horses that have now been mounted by the other initiates begin to take off in a fast run after the lot of you. Lucan lets out a loud "Yeah!" and his horse begins to take up at the front. As he rushes along, he sort of looking over his shoulder yells to all of you, "Keep your wits about you. We're almost back to where we need to be." He sort of spits out the side of his mouth and says, "This wasn't supposed to happen now, but welcome now to Craven's Bone. This is what we're dealing with on this island." All of you will need to work together for us to make it back to the main lodge in one piece. I wish I had more time to train you, but unfortunately, as you can see, I don't. As he yells that out, you all feel a rumbling underground. Suddenly, bursting out in front of you, you see a giant crack beginning to form in the path up ahead. The trees bend all the way out of the way as a burst of flaming hot lava shoots out from underground. Suddenly, a lava flow begins to fully form from the crevasse up ahead. You can tell that the cart may not make it over at the speed that the horses are currently going. They are going to have to hop over a now forming lava gorge up ahead. You are all able to see this clearly visibly. The person who is driving the cart presently is a startled and scared Hollow. None of you know this person's name, but they are wearing the red and white opalish color that some of you recognize to be from the Vermilion Crest. This person is clearly not a fighter.
Okay, I am still in the air, so I'm gonna dash down, and I'm gonna like use the momentum of like my like incoming to push the guy out of the way on the other side of like the bench where I'm assuming he's at, and I'm gonna grab the reins from him.
All right,
And I still have Speak with Animals up.
As you shove him slightly out of the way, you land sort of like slight jostle as you dive bomb into the almost like not at the steering wheel, but at the helm, I suppose, of this cart. You grab onto the reins. You still have the ability to speak to animals. What are you doing now, Boone?
I'm grabbing the reins, and I'll yell, "Charge! We're jumping it!"
All right, go ahead and roll animal handling at advantage, Boone.
Aye, Captain. Captain goes down with his ship. 14.
All right, Boone's sitting at a 14. Does anybody have anything that they can
Please
contribute or add to try to help Boone out in this situation?
If we lose here, we all fall into lava and the campaign ends, guys.
Does Boone already have advantage?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I already
Boone
used
did
my
have
advantage.
advantage, yes.
And I got a 14.
Okay, so okay.
How big is this gap of lava?
It's about a 10-foot gorge.
What do I have? What do I? I don't. I thought I had. Okay, I don't. I need material components for this spell. God dang it.
All right,
Or
Boone, you crack down the reins. You yell out to the horses.
And on
As they begin to pick up the speed as fast as they can, you see them running and running and running. There doesn't appear to be a ramp or anything to help the cart get over the lava flow as of yet.
Somebody have mold earth.
wait,
I-
hold on.
I mean, I can attempt to cast it with my wand, but
hey.
if I go out of wild shape, then I add to the weight problem and the room problem.
I think the weight, we could lose a wheel. The problem is we're gonna plummet into lava.
I mean, should I try?
Please?
Go for it.
Okay,
Yeah.
I guess Rowan kind of on Ricard's shoulder,
Second your gut.
watching all of this happen. I don't know where I'm gonna go, but hopefully I'll have room.
No, if you're sitting on Ricard's shoulders, then just stay up there because then you won't count towards the people because you're stacked vertically.
You're so why didn't I think of that?
I
Wow.
got you,
Yep, that's how
twin.
that works.
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay, no,
Uh-huh, that's definitely how it works. All right, so you burst out of your wild shape, Rowan, and reaching out with your wand, you attempt to cast.
mold earth. He's just gonna point to the, I guess, the very edge of the gorge and try to. I can move up to 5 feet of the earth, so he'll try to maybe just like
It's a ramp.
push it out a little bit more and up to give us a little more distance across and verticality.
What are you doing?
That's a big word.
Just don't let me fall. All right.
Grabbing
Those
his ankles.
stars around him.
It's a no. Nobody has guidance, right? No, it's fine. It's just me. It's just,
Not
None of
yet.
you have guidance.
It's just
I
well,
don't believe.
I do, but I
Yeah,
can't
well-
on myself.
Yeah.
I could have
Had
used
that
it.
guidance.
I could have used it.
Cast any cantrip.
Okay, so wait, let me. I think it's a DC 10 Arcana. What's my
Normal.
wand? What's my
How does
wand?
Illyria look?
Why are you looking at her right
She's
now?
looking at her
Hold
right
my
now.
legs.
She's
Hold my
looking useless,
legs.
is how she's looking.
Oh yes, okay.
All right.
DC 10 Arcana.
Go ahead and roll your DC 10. You can roll insight or perception, right card, to look at over it.
Oh my god.
All right.
Okay, so from the kind of
Gag
green
that I just
crystal that's
gagged.
in the base of his wand lights up, and this tendril of green magic shoots from the wand, and I'll mold earth to push the gorge out 5 feet and up a little bit.
Earth
right.
molded. Gorge up.
As
Sorry.
you reach the wand out towards the gorge, it forms an ever so slight ramp. The cart with the speeding horses flies over the gorge, and with a solid, hefty landing, you feel the back end of the cart sort of smack hard against the ground. As you make it across the gorge, you're jostled, Rowan, and you can feel suddenly the cart starts to veer ever so slightly right. You have a feeling that the weight has now added as this smacks against the ground hard. You have a feeling that perhaps the wheels are now off their axles. You're still rolling for now. Looking behind you ever so quickly, you see the other sets of horses rushing over the gorge, hopping over the lip. You see the human-looking individual with the blue and yellow robes, with the large person hanging onto them, easily, nimbly hop over the gorge because of the ramp that you made, Rowan. They are then pursued by the two other horses, with Lucan now sort of slightly hanging back, taking up the rear. As they hop over, you see another burst of lava off in the distance. Rowan, go ahead and roll a perception check.
Oh god.
Red card. As Rowan suddenly appears upon your shoulders in their humanoid form, you turn your eyes towards Illyria. You can see that the the mage sort of before you sort of has her brow furrowed in focus. You can tell that she's sort of keeping an eye out for something, although you're not sure exactly what. You can see that Greymore, sort of right beside her, seems to be packing more metal sort of rounds into the barrel of his metal device. Rowan, taking a look behind you a little bit further, you can see the distant town of Landing. As a burst of lava sort of almost forms a giant wave that you can see coming down towards the town, it suddenly blasts back. You can see an arcane sort of sphere that surrounds the township itself, keeping it protected, keeps the port city completely safe from what is happening. Additionally, you can see as waves of bursts of lava, not massive in size, but still quite large, crash up against the barracks, the shrines themselves. That building also seems completely fine, and you sense that that is likely due to its magical essence and nature.
Oh God.
Boone. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I was just gonna try to.
again.
Yeah, do I think that's what I'm gonna have to do? I'm like, if I look at the wheels in the cart, like, is
You have a sense that now the cart is overloaded with weight.
okay. How close is Lucan?
Lucan is on a horse. He already has a passenger on his horse. He is now sort of like cracking the reins faster and faster. You can see that the horses are catching up to the cart, which is going ever so slightly slower just because of the weight of the people on it. Lucan is about 10 feet sort of diagonally behind you.
I'm just kind of trying to still balance, I guess, on top of Record. How long is this journey? I can't stay small for very long.
Sort of looking towards you, he yells out, "Longer than I'd like it to be. You see the wall there? There's a gap. We need to make it through the portcullis and a little bit further. We'll be where we need to go."
Oh God. Okay. Before he does that, I'm gonna start crawling on top of people. I'm trying not to make too much of a too much ruckus, but I'm gonna try to.
What?
Excuse me. Sorry. I'm gonna try to get as close as I can to the front of the cart, just so I can reach that one horse that's injured, like just close enough to just like slap its butt or something.
Okay. You
Okay.
sort of like climb to the front, where you're now sort of leaning over the edge. You're leaning over Boone as well as over the guy that Boone shoved out of the way. You reach a hand out to slap the horse that's injured.
This might help the speed a little, and kind of as he places his hand on the horse, I'll use my free casting of Cure Wounds to try to stitch close some of its injuries.
All right, go ahead and roll for the healing there.
14.
14. You see that the wounds sort of stitch themselves back closed, and the horse, with a renewed vigor, begins to pick up its pace. There is now a additional 5-foot gap between you and Lucan. You can see that the horses, sort of picking up their pace, are attempting to follow after this jagged path, which you can see is grinding and beginning to shift, almost as if the earth itself is beginning to crumble away. Can I get everyone to go ahead and roll perception checks for me, please?
Yes.
Not bad. Not bad. Ooh.
Oh shit.
Oh my
You guys
God.
are, you
The
guys
moon
are
is
looking
back out
into
of
each other's
Gatorade.
eyes.
Oh my god.
Up ahead, where the path seems to be
20/20 vision.
cracking. Up ahead, where the path seems to be cracking and crumbling, almost as if a bunch of mini tectonic plates were all smacking against each other and grinding and moving away. Alexios and Rowan, from your current positions, you can see that the trees themselves that flank the edges of the path are about to crumble, all folding inward, almost as if they're going to smack directly into the path where your cart needs to go. You also both notice that overhead, flying directly overhead, is a group of about 10 griffins with riders on their backs. As they swoop overhead, you can see them heading in a southwestern direction towards the distant sea.
Oh, like,
Beyond that,
Alright.
with natural 20s, I'll say that Alexios and Rowan, you can see less than a mile ahead from where you are right now, the massive wall of Verilith that bisects the island is directly ahead of you. you can see that a great iron portcullis is lowered at the opening, a small little tunnel in this giant wall up ahead. But the
All right, so
current
I'll turn to
present
people.
issue, those trees about to fall.
Jeez. Yeah, I'm gonna turn to people in the carts, like Illyria and Griffo and them, and I'll just say the trees are about to fall down on top of us. Can you do anything about this?
Illyria gives a firm nod towards you, Alexios, and you see that Greymore sort of gives a nod as well. You can see that he's got his strange device at the ready. Griffo and Greymore, or sorry, Brownlock, both give you a look, and Griffo says, "Oh, it's not really my realm of expertise, but I can try."
Help out your friends then. Help them out. And as I say that, I'm also going to cast a minor illusion and kind of like of just doing like a big arrow, like pointing Boone towards that little portcullis wall that we saw in that direction.
Oh hell yeah!
GPS.
I'm literally, I was just thinking that. I've been training for this.
In the rear, what I'll also say, Alexios, Rowan, although this is not the most pressing issue to you, as you're on this cart that is actively heading in a direction, you take a peek behind. You can see the horses that are following after. The large wildling figure has started to use their giant looking warhammer. As trees begin to fall behind you as well, closing in, they just start to smash them while on horseback, sort of cracking the wood and splintering it back. You see that Lucan is sort of yelling out to his horse, sort of cracking the reins even faster. The horse is just picking up its speed, and you can see that barely staying ahead of the trees is the figure in red and the figure in the dark gray. They seem to be holding their own for now, but they're barely keeping up with the cart.
Yes. I don't know if this is a bad idea. And be welcome to say if it is, but maybe as we're getting closer to the trees, like if if nothing is done about the trees approaching us, can I like hold my action to like basically try to chop the tree away with my axe? If like,
Well,
does
the
that make
problem is
any
that it's already
sense?
chopped. Like it's in the way,
Oh, it's in the way. Oh, okay. Okay, I misunderstood that
right? Am I right?
completely.
They are
Someone
bending
tell me if I'm
down and
wrong.
they are about to fall down, blocking
Oh,
the path.
yeah, we don't want them to fall.
Okay.
Chopping would be the
Okay,
opposite.
okay. I understand. I understand now.
I love
Oh,
and appreciate your enthusiasm, however.
Are we trying to beat something right now? Or are
thank
we like
you.
going too slow
The
for?
clock, bitch!
All right, so
Yeah.
to rehash very quickly, very far behind you now is a lava gorge. The ground around you randomly has like lava flows bursting out of the ground, and Boone had seen very distantly that the island up ahead was changing and almost turning into like a volcanic range.
Yeah, the
Your
map is being
horses
deleted because
Your horses are trying to reach a safe spot, which Lucan says is just beyond the giant wall up ahead, where a portcullis blocks your way. On the path that you are currently on, the ground is shifting, and your immediate threat is all the trees that are directly sort of like on the sides of the road here are all folding inward, almost closing inward like a book, and they're about to smack down and block your entire path.
So we need to try to find a way to prevent that. Or, I don't know, like
Yeah,
go
what's
around it or
Illyria look
something.
like
Or
she's
go
doing
faster.
in Greymore?
So, Greymore has currently loaded his weapon with what appears to be like rounds that have magical etchings on them. You can see that Illyria has, she sort of stood up at the back of the cart here, and she begins to like whisper words under her breath. Beyond that, you're not sure what she's about to do.
I mean, I'll wait and see what Greymore does. If he successfully blasts away a tree, then while he's reloading or whatever, I'll chime in with an Eldritch Blast if I have to.
All right.
I'm
As the
driving
tr-
the bus.
As the trees begin to fall inward, Alex, are you still looking to see what Illyria does?
Yeah, going to try to see what Illyria's doing and if there's anything I could possibly do to help that.
All right. So, you see that as the trees begin to fall, she removes these sort of pins from her hair, and her hair falls limply and then is blasted to the side by that heavy, strong wind. As her white hair begins to swirl around, she begins to move her hands in very specific arcane movements. As you see that she begins to form this arcane woven pattern. Suddenly, these almost mathematical symbols form directly in front of her. She then spins her hands, and almost like a saw spiraling off of its sort of axle, or like a saw blade spiraling off, she sends it flying out, and you see that it sort of cleaves directly into two of the trees that are falling up ahead, slicing them in half and almost at a diagonal, so that the top parts slide back into the forest. You see that Greymore fires off two blasts from his large barreled metal device. And as they fire off, you see that they almost seem like tiny, less powerful little fireballs that fly off into the tree line, and they blast them back, shattering the tops of the canopy, so that when they fall, they don't hit the cart.
I'll try doing the same thing.
All right, as you launch forth several eldritch blasts, would you like to describe how you keep the tree line back?
Yes, I guess trying to, thinking on his feet as quick as he can. He's going to try and look for the weaker points on some of the tree canopy, and he's going to try and shoot for branches so it's actually lighter on the side that's leaning towards the. He's going to try and shed weight from the tree on the side that's like towards the road, so that the heavier bit cracks the other way out of the road.
All right. You intentionally sort of aim your blasts, attempting to sort of force the trees to bend the other way. As you blast through a bunch of the branches and the heavy canopy, several trees, about two, fall out of the way. There now are about like 6 trees that are about to fall directly. Boone, go ahead and roll another round of animal handling, please, to see if you can keep the horses
Okay.
going at the speed that they're going.
16.
The horses continue along at the exact same pace, speeding towards the lowered portcullis. The trees still bend towards the cart. What do you all do to fight back the remaining 6 trees?
Um,
I'm gonna try and make my way up to the front of the cart, push it and shove it if I have to.
All right, you shove people aside.
And as we get under the trees, if I see them start falling, I'm gonna try and hold my hand up to the sky and do burning hands. I'm gonna try and hold it for when they crack down, see if I can blast them away. Away.
All right, as about 2 trees sort of bend towards you, you reach your hands out, fanning them out, and a blast, a cone or a fan of flame bursts forth from your hands. But still, 4 more reach out. Alex, Beacon, Rowan, what would all of you like to do? As you sort of see Rykard, Illyria, Greymore all fighting back the canopy of trees that threaten to crack down directly onto the cart.
I think what I'd like to do, I can't do much about the trees, I don't think, but what I want to do is I want to kind of keep an eye out on the path that we're going and keeping an eye on the trees and try to direct Boone and the carts, like so that way if a tree does fall, we'll take like the least amount of damage possible to try and avoid it if it looks like it's about to fall.
All right. Should Boone have to do another animal handling? I'll say that that'll count towards like a help action there.
Sounds good.
All right, Beacon.
Okay.
Anything for you?
Maybe. Okay, so because of tiefling reasons, I do have access to Ray of Frost. Could I possibly be either use Ray of Frost the same way that Rykar was using Eldritch Blast to kind of like blast one of the trees and like kind of change the balance and make it fall on the other side? Or could I use it to maybe like slow down the speed of which a tree is falling?
Absolutely. I
And then
think the
hopefully we
latter
get
is super
past it.
cool. As you sort of stretch a
Okay,
hand
awesome.
out towards one of the trees, Beacon, would you like to describe how the Ray of Frost is conjured?
Okay, for sure. Beacon kind of puts his shield down for a moment, and anyone who's around him can feel like almost this like the heat that's coming off of like this volcanic place. Like it cools down a bit around Beacon, and he holds out his hand that begins glowing a light blue, and he stretches it out towards one of the trees, and this just like this ice beam comes out of his hand and almost like explodes on a tree and um like frost just kind of climbs up the tree and holds it in place.
All right. As this frost blossoms along the outer edge of the tree, it slows the descent of this tree down entirely, almost freezing it in its spot as the forest around it sort of continues to bow and bend. As two more trees reach out towards the cart, you can all sense that it won't do as much damage as the whole of the forest sort of collapsing upon it. But is there anything else anyone wants to do to mitigate the damage of these trees?
Am I able to try and hold the reins one-handed?
Yes, absolutely. We'll say that you can go ahead and roll an animal handling check at advantage here. Your help coming from Alex as you toss
Thanks,
the reins into your left hand and you get ready to do whatever it is you plan on doing.
20.
All right. You nimbly toss the reins to your left hand and turn your focus. What would you like to do, Boone?
I like to reach out with my left hand like a finger gun, and seeing how the trees around us have been bursting like angularly so that the leaves and trunks fall laterally to our path, I'd like to do the same thing. I'll close one eye and I'll right at it with a firebolt.
All right, go ahead and roll to hit.
God, if you're out there. 21.
All right. You send a fiery bolt towards the tree. Would you like to describe the destruction towards this tree?
Yeah, almost like if you set off a firework point blank, I want like shards of bark and stuff are going to like explode in the sky and they'll like fall off into where the rest of the trees are falling.
All right. As you blast it back, one tree remains falling. Rowan, what would you like to do?
Kind of taking lead after Boone, seeing that he'll kind of hold out his staff, and these little crystals that are kind of held into the webbing of the kind of dream catcher portion seem to catch the light and direct it towards the center and kind of suffuse into this smaller kind of like guiding bolt radiant energy, and he will point and he'll kind of shoot for the back end, like the reverse bend of the tree, kind of break the backside and hopefully knock the top side back.
All right.
Oh wait, hold on, sorry, there it is. Okay. 10.
Yeah, you just hit with a 10 there. So as you send this sort of like mote of light, it sort of snaps and crackles, and the tree bends back in the other direction, almost as if it had been like felled the other way. As all the trees bow out of the way, Boone, the horses continue to shoot forward. The only impediment you can now see coming into view, as pointed out by Alexios, is that portcullis. About 60 feet off from where you are now, and rapidly you are approaching this, you see a tunnel in the wall itself, the massive edifice that stands before you. There is a thick, wrought, and likely magically protected portcullis that is lowered up ahead. You can see Lucan quickly sort of like cracks the reins again and starts to ride further ahead as he yells out to you and says, "The people who are typically manning it are probably gone, drawn back to fight on the other side. We might need to send someone through the gaps in there. Either of you able to get small? That or we need to blast this thing."
I'll get ready to blast.
I can
We
get through if we need to.
blasted.
Well, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Or we can
Blasting?
blast.
I was like, I was just gonna look at Rowan.
I mean, I can get small,
Yeah,
but
we're
I'm not
good
that
to go.
fast.
Yeah, you're not gonna make it there.
I can
guys,
also get
'cause-
through. Need be.
Yeah.
If
Runaway
blasting
train.
doesn't work, I'll.
How far
Yeah.
off are we?
Like everybody
What he's
ate
basically
something.
saying is you need to be on the other side to open this. There are gaps in the portcullis. A portcullis is like a wrought iron gate that is like one of those medieval ones that get lowered and raised by like a crank. So there are gaps in the gate, but it looks like it's pretty sturdy. He's saying you can either send someone through if someone or something can get through to the other side, or if like a mage hand could reach over. You're about 60 feet off. You're rapidly approaching, but you can always stop. You don't have to like smash directly into this thing. The only problem is that there might be some lava. Who can say?
Who can say where the road goes?
I
So-
can get small.
The options: get small and get through the gaps in the gate, send a mage hand through, or blast this thing.
I vote for explosion.
I mean, if we're going with
I can get
explosion,
through. I can get through if we need to.
I
Maybe
think-
try to
I
explode
mean,
first. If we can't explode, hop through.
Well, if it doesn't explode, we're crashing into it. But if we slow down,
Yeah,
the lava
okay,
catches.
we're
Oh, that's a portcullis.
Oh.
yeah. So it'd probably just be better if someone could just crawl through.
If
I think.
if we're quick, I can climb through.
All right.
If we're quicker,
Alright.
you want me to go faster?
I mean, don't crash, but there's lava behind us.
All right, do what you're gonna do.
I wait
As you
until we
rapidly
cross it.
approach the tunnel and the portcullis, Boone, you slow down the horses?
I keep going the same speed. I don't speed them up though.
I'm looking best I can for a switch or a lever or something on the other side as we get closer.
Yeah, can we try and blast a switch?
Can I help with that? Can I help Rykard look for that?
How does Alex intend to help somebody looking for something?
Pointing.
I don't know, just seeing Rykard, like looking also, like using my eyeballs to look, I don't know. Like just trying to like join in on it, I don't know. Or it
You
could
mean
be two
look
separate
also?
checks, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
look
I'd
also,
say in this
basically.
case, because it's not like a
It's
focus
a look
check in this
also,
case,
yeah.
go ahead and also roll a perception check. 2 perception checks there. So the tunnel up ahead stretches out about 30 feet until that portcullis is there, and it seems to extend at least 30 feet on the other side. Looking out, you are attempting to see if there is a switch that you can clearly see.
Yep. Oh, I think you got it.
Ooh.
It's 15.
Get
All
those
right.
paper skills.
Rykard and Alex, you both take a look as you are rapidly approaching the tunnel and the portcullis. You're about 30 feet off from the start of the tunnel, which again extends another 30 feet before you reach the portcullis. You're a total of 60 feet away from the portcullis itself. Taking a look up ahead, it's dark within the tunnel. It's hard to spot exactly if there's a switch, a lever, or crank, but as you look up ahead, Rykard, you can see that the gaps within the portcullis, you're guessing, are probably about like 2 feet by 2 feet squares. Through those gaps, Alex, you are able to see about another 20 feet off from the portcullis. On the other side, there appears to be a massive lever that would require someone to grab it and crank it. On your side as well, Alex, you see that there is a smaller mechanism like a fine set of hands, a deft set of hands, would have to manipulate, likely with some tools. You have a feeling that it's almost like an override switch on your own side. However, it would require someone nimble of hand to work on.
All right, I'm going to turn to Grippo. Are you ready to help?
The halfling gives a very firm nod, and his sandy blonde hair sort of bounces around as he does. And gives a big smile. Any way I can.
All right, go and disable whatever that is. Use that switch over there, and I will cast minor illusion to kind of like light it up a little bit to show him what I'm talking about. It seems like it's some kind of override for the portcullis.
He gives a
He
nod,
can
and
jump off the cart, can't he?
he can jump off the cart, but Boone is not slowing it down.
Dude, slow down! Slow down!
It's yelling at me. If they tell me to slow down, I'll slow down.
All right, Griffo jumps off the cart, as Alex directed him to do that first. You see the
When you run,
halfling.
I feel a bump in the wheel.
The halfling jumps over the side of the cart and sort of does a tuck, duck, and roll. And you see he sort of rolls off of the cart. For a moment, he stalls off about 15 or so feet behind before he picks up, running as fast as he can. Boone, you can tell that Griffo is not making it to that thing before this carriage is going to crash directly into that cart, the portcullis, if you don't stop it or slow it down.
Yo, back to Alex. Nice job. That solves our weight problem.
Heel, halt! And Rowan tries to tug on the reins.
Get off of me! I'll pull the reins back and I'll yell, hold!
All right, go ahead and roll another animal handling check there, Boone. As Griffo sort of rushes up ahead, catching up, you can see that the three other horses behind, so that's the one that Lucan and the other two horses, they're sort of slowing down as well, matching the gait of your horses. However, Boone, two of the horses, startled by the falling of the trees, the blasting of the magic up ahead, you can see the two horses up front are not slowing. Although you're ever so slightly slowed by the other two, you're still moving rather quickly. Griffo rushes towards the point in the wall that you had pointed out, Elixios. And let's see if Griffo is going to do well on this.
Oh, Grippo.
All right. Griffo reaches out with little tools and begins to crack at the small hole in the wall on your side. But the immediate issue for all of you, you're about to crash into the portcullis.
Indeed.
I bail.
Okay.
All right. Rykard, you're bailing.
I'm bailing.
Roll an acrobatics check.
Alrighty.
I'm going, yeah. Well, not bailing, but
20.
All right, Rykard, as you jump off the edge here, you're about 15 or so feet away from the portcullis. You hop off and you stop, drop, and roll. You're only going to take 1 point of bludgeoning damage as you hit the ground there. You sort of end up right beside Griffo, where you can see that he's reaching in with the tools. He is very deftly and quickly working on the lock mechanism. Boom. What would you like to do?
yeah. Can I try and like yank the reins really sharply to one side and try and like drift most in like not a turn, but like so I can change its direction out from crashing immediately into the wall and try and slow it down?
All right, go ahead and roll, we'll say a strength check, or rather an athletics check there. Rykard, you had something you wanted to do.
Am I able to help Griffo, or is it too small of a mechanism?
Are you trained in sleight of hand?
Yes, actually.
Then yes, you can. All right, so as Griffo begins to work with his tools, Rykard, you look over his shoulder. You can see what seems to be an extremely small opening, and you can see that Griffo is using small thieves' tools and plucking at what seems to be a lock on his side. You can tell that he just needs to spin the tumblers just a little bit further to the right, and he'll be able to lift the mechanism on your end.
I'll grab his hand and do that with his hand. With
All
his
right,
hand still on the floor.
rather than giving him verbal instructions,
In
you
the
yank his
surgeon
hand,
simulator.
not too hard, just hard enough, and you can tell that it turns ever so slightly. You hear a clicking noise, and you see the portcullis starts to raise, but it's kind of a slow thing. Boone, you yank on the reins, and the horses sort of veer to the right. You can feel with the wobbling of the cart from its strange knocked wheels on its axle, the cart drifts ever so slightly, but you can tell that the horses are still going to bump up against the portcullis. As it starts to raise slowly, you can see the gap at the bottom starts to open up.
Can I try and slow them again?
No. It's an action you've
Okay.
already taken. You've already done what you can in this case. But that does leave
Good.
Rowan, Beacon, and Alex. What are you three going to do?
I'll
I
try
think that's the
to.
horses for the cart. That's Oh, you go, Chris. You go.
If
Yeah,
the horses are
Rowan, you
like
go first.
stuck in like they're just running for it, I'll try to maybe spook them from what's in front of them, so they'll maybe skid on their hooves and kind of stop. So I'll.
That's not what horses do when they're spooked.
Okay, you can do them. I mean, what do you want me to do?
No, don't spook them.
I mean, you're the one that didn't stop. I'm trying to do whatever I can. So I'll.
So
I'll-
Boone is getting them to veer slightly to the side. They are slowing down, but the portcullis is slow to raise.
Okay.
They're gonna
well,
bump the portcullis. You're not all gonna like die in a horrible car crash here.
I'll just climb back and start climbing away from the front then, so I don't get hit. I'll just.
All right,
clamber
you
back
start
the
to
back of the
brace
cart.
yourselves, moving to the back there. Beacon, what are you up to?
Just clarification. It's the cart is going to hit the portcullis or the horses?
The horses are gonna hit the portcullis.
The horses.
Shit.
Okay.
Oh shit. Can
Okay,
I-
actually might be-
They're gonna hit it on their sides, like their flank, rather than head on, because Boone veered them.
Can I?
Okay.
Oh shit. Okay.
All right. Would I be able to try? Sorry. Kezia, is there something you want to do with Beacon?
No. No,
Fair
not
enough.
at all. I'm not too sure what I can do.
All right. I
If
think
you
what
have
I would
something,
like
go
to try
for
to
it.
do. Yeah, I mean, it's been doing me solid so far. I want to throw up a minor illusion of a wall to try and like make the horses think they're going to slam into that wall to slow them down even further, but it not actually being there. Do you know what I mean?
Yes. Let's say as you throw up this minor illusion, the light that was illuminating what Griffo was doing vanishes. And as you turn your attention towards something in this wall, go ahead and roll an animal handling check to see how convincing you can sort of make this, to keep the horses from running forward.
No handling.
Handle those animals, baby mama. Or not.
Fine. Or not.
right. As you conjure forth the illusion of the wall, you're not entirely sure that the horses can slow down in time to like be actually spooked by the illusion. The main issue here is that the portcullis is rising very slowly, so like the horses are gonna like barely crash into this wall on their flanks. The bottom of a portcullis is spikes. It's gonna scratch these horses. That's me. Sorry, I just need to clarify. I want to make sure like everyone's got the vision in the head here.
Can
Um,
I?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I was.
I
Yeah, I was just trying
Okay.
to like make it seem like
Yeah,
realistic
spook
enough
them
for the
even
horses,
more.
That way they would
Get 'em to
and
stop.
slow down. Okay.
Yeah, they're at this point you have a sense like you're not the most familiar with horses, Alex. You're more like of a people person than an animal guy. But you have a feeling that like there's just too much momentum for the horses to like stop on a dime here.
Harry, I have a question.
Yes, you can ask it, but then we're gonna turn to what Kezia wants to do.
Oh no, go ahead, Kezzy.
No, it's okay. I don't think this is gonna work. This is just
I believe in you.
throwing stuff at the wall at this point. But is it possible that I can use a shield of faith on like at least one of the horses, maybe the horse closest to the portculus, to like shield it so it kind of more bounces off of the horse than anything? If not, that's fine. I know that's not how the spell works.
Sure. I don't see a reason why not. The main issue here is, well, here, let me lay out some options here. What you could do, you could try to slow the cart further. The horses just have too much
Right.
momentum. If you can find a way to slow the cart even more, that'll save the horses. You can try to
Okay.
get the portcullis to move faster in some way. Or you can defend the horses, which it sounds like you want to do, Beacon.
Maybe. I'm thinking. Would alternate idea, because I know that's not really how Shield of Faith works, but could I use one of my javelins to kind of try to jam it into the ground to slow down the cart?
Sure.
Would that work?
Yeah. Go ahead and roll an athletics check.
Okay. Alright. Alrighty. 19.
All right, Beacon, you grab 2 javelins, we'll say, and you sort of at the back of the cart try to shove them directly into the ground, trying to act as like an extra set of brakes as the cart starts to screech ever so slowly, slowing down just a little bit. As you do, the cart passes through the minor illusion that Alex had conjured of a great sort of solid stone wall up ahead. Slowing the cart, you slow it ever so slightly, and the horses start to drift through, moving at a slight side slant, being pulled back by Boone on the reins there. The horses narrowly avoid being scraped by the portcullis. Rowan, you sort of at the back where you began to brace yourself, duck your head ever so slow or ever so low, and you avoid your antlers being grazed there. Now, Rykard and Griffo, you are now, or rather, Griffo's not a person. Griffo's me.
Griffo
Rykard,
is not a person.
Rykard, you and
Personhood
Griffo
denied.
are now being left behind the cart, as now that it's passed through the portcullis, it's starting to pick up its pace once more. Lucan and the other 2 horses are coming up the rear, but there's no room for you or Griffo on those horses.
I'll just keep pace with Griffo. I'm gonna try and run in, through the portcullis where everybody else won't.
All right, you see Griffo sort of like lets out a heavy breath, realizing that he's gonna have to run, and he sort of adjusts his pack, and he begins to run as quickly as he can. With the 2 of you running, the horses overtake you, running past you, and now you 2 are running as fast as you can. You notice that despite that huff, Griffo starts to go just a touch faster than you, Rykard.
Alrighty.
Roll a perception check for me, please, Rykard.
20.
All right. Looking briefly behind you, Rykard, you can see that there's a like flume of bubbling ground about 20 feet behind you, where you can see that a bubble is starting to form as like almost a lava bubble starts to form underground within the tunnel itself, burbling behind you. As you and Griffo run as quickly as you can see that it starts to slowly rise out of the ground. You can tell that lava's going to burst out of that at any moment.
Yeah. And we're how far away from it at this point?
As you keep running, your speed is 30, correct?
Yeah.
Every 6 seconds, you get to be about 60 feet away or further from it. I'd say you're about 60 or so feet. Griffo is about 90. He can run a bit faster than you.
Yeah, I just gotta keep running. I don't have anything else.
All right, go ahead and roll an athletics check for me, please.
Alrighty. 4.
All right, Rykard, you just keep running as fast as you possibly can, turning your attention towards the opening of the tunnel where your friend's cart, as well as the other 3 horses, have now passed. Back up front, Boone. Now that you have passed through the tunnel itself, you are met directly ahead of you. You see a forest, absolutely flush with burning trees. There's smoke and ash in the air, but oddly enough, you also see water starting to rise. About 2 inches of water are underneath the cart. And the water itself, it's almost like a flooded plain that is also somehow also aflame. You can see that steam is rising off of the water. Ahead of you as well, Boone, you see rising out of the ground these strange iron-looking monoliths start to just slowly rise from the ground, not impeding your direction, but at the same time there is no clear path forward. Lucan cracks the reins one more time on his horse and then sharply veers it ahead of you. He yells out, Follow after me.
I will do
He
that.
turns his reins sharply suddenly in an eastward direction. You can tell that you're no longer going to be able to go at a breakneck pace.
That's fine. I'm just gonna try and stick as close as possible to Lucan.
All right. You notice that the other two horses get up ahead. Rowan, as you look behind the cart, you see that falling behind you, barely crossing through the threshold of the tunnel, are Rykard and Griffo. They are about 100 or so feet away from the cart. Or rather, Griffo is 100 or so feet away from the cart, with Rykard about 120 feet behind. Behind Rykard, you suddenly see a reddish glow starting to follow behind in the tunnel.
Guys, they're falling behind. It looks like the lava's catching up.
Oh no. I'll turn to Rowan. It's like, can you turn into a purple horse or something?
If I'd known we would be traveling, I could. The biggest thing I have is a wolf. I can't really carry anyone like that.
You turned into a spider. You could do that again, can't you?
Spiders are slow as fuck.
Well, and it's also they're the same
Oh.
size, so I'm like I don't have any large creatures.
Oh, they're the same size.
Yeah.
Can I just try and slow the horsies down more?
Absolutely. You try to slow the horses. Are you attempting to turn the horses around to go grab them?
To navigate the whole cart backwards? No. I will
Just like
slow it
do a loop.
so that they can catch up.
Okay. Try to slow it. All right. Go ahead and roll another animal handling, please.
Okay. Wheel.
As you slow the horses, all the horses sort of like obey you as you yell out the command and slow it down.
I am the horsey.
Griffo slows ever so slightly to keep pace with you, Rykard, and the two of you eventually catch back up and are able to hop on the cart. Bursting forth through the tunnel from the back side, just behind you, you see a flow of lava start to stretch out. As the pair of you hop onto the cart, Boone, you begin to pick up pace once more. Coming into view through the flaming trees, you all start to see what looks to be a small, dormant volcano up ahead. As you attempt to follow after Lucan and the other two horses, Boone, they just seem to suddenly vanish from sight as they continue forward, directly forward. Can everybody go ahead and roll a perception check?
Eight. Oh, I would love those glowing arrows right about now.
20.
Two angels.
Are those the same numbers that...
Go.
No, actually, Alex and Rowan rolled a 25 and a 26,
Rowan,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was supposed to say, are they the same numbers? All right, looking up ahead, Rowan, you yourself and Beacon are slightly like distracted as you help Rykard and Griffo back up onto the cart. But Rykard and Elixios, your focus sort of hones in on where the horses up ahead vanished. What you notice, the pair of you, is that directly overhead above this seemingly dormant volcano is an arch of stones held about 200 feet up in the air. These floating stones that are held perfectly aloft. You also notice that there's a slight, almost warble in the surface of this dormant volcano as those horses charge forward. Boone, to all intents and purposes, it looks like a wall of stone just swallowed Lucan and the other horses.
I will trust Lucan, considering that all this island is magical, and Alex literally just put up an illusory wall like 40 seconds ago.
With your
I'll charge at
perception
it.
check, it does not look illusory to you.
Okay, I'll try and slow the horses again then.
Sorry, Harry, could you clarify what we saw? I'm a bit confused.
So, what you saw was the horses all ran through a wall. The wall
Okay.
itself is made of solid stone and it's connected to what appears to be a dormant volcano. Held floating in the sky above the dormant volcano is a star arch. To you two, with your natural 20s, this is clearly some sort of illusion that they're able to run through. But with Boone only rolling an 8, it doesn't look illusory to her. It looks like a real wall.
Okay. Could I cast minor illusion on top of the illusion to make it look like the real thing that I'm seeing? A little bit?
You're not seeing
Whoa.
through the illusion. You can just tell what's ahead of you is an
Double
illusion.
negative.
Oh. Okay. Then I'll just tell Boone, keep on going, keep on going.
Just send it.
All right, I'll transmit. Send it to the horses.
All right. Boone, with full speed, you get the horses running as fast as they likely ever have. And you can tell that they are beginning to tire very heavily from this very
They're
sudden
gonna get so many
change
apples
of
after
events.
this.
As the horses rush forward, Beacon, Rowan, the two of you brace for a crash against a hard stone wall. Boone, there's a tug of fear. Suddenly, the blistering heat around you, the rushing wind, all vanishes and abates. As you cross through an illusory or perhaps magical protection, launching through into a new space. Let's take a 5-minute break here.
I need to go lay down
That's
all of
crazy.
my bustles. Ugh.
So let me just get this all ready.
No furry present.
Yeah, here.
He's present for now.
Okay, whoever the Bravehollow member was who originally was driving the cart and was trying to leave all the initiates behind and also sucks at his fucking job needs to be fired.
He's driving.
I think
Kick
he
that
was
guy
an
out.
initiate, wasn't he? Like, he wasn't a hollow.
No,
was an
yes,
initiate
he
like us,
was.
right?
He's a hollow, but like I said, he's from Vermilion Crest and
Oh.
clearly not a fighter.
Oh, yeah.
Wah wah. Life is war, kid.
Wow.
Who driving
You just
this
got drafted.
bus?
Gotta kill yourself and get killed.
Period. What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
These are the type of people Magnus is training?
Not personally.
Not person.
You think Magnus would get his manicure messed up? He's got a what's it called? French nails? Yeah,
French tips.
French tips. Why do
Only
you
a gay
wait,
man
Victor?
would
Why do you know that?
that.
Yeah.
Jelly nails.
Oh,
Acrylics.
yeah, he has press-ons.
Yo. Clacking my nails against my MacBook keyboard right now.
Oh my god. Opening my
Wow, it's
AO lip
possible.
balm.
Yo.
All right. As the cart screeches through what appears to be a solid stone surface, the outer edge of a dormant volcano, suddenly you are all met by soft, cool air, a glowing blue light, and the raised hands of Lucan attempting to still your horses. Everybody go ahead and roll a dex save. See what you can grab onto as the cart shrieks to a halt.
Beacon and Boone grab onto each other.
No.
That's crazy how we either rolled 5 or
Wow.
19.
That's wow.
As you all reach out and grab onto different things, Beacon and Rykard, you both grip onto the side of the cart, halting yourselves from flying off. But Rowan, Elixios, and Boone, as each of you feel the cart lurch to a very, very sudden halt, the three of you tumble over the edge of the cart from where you had been peering over or grabbing onto the different reins, and you each just take 1 point of bludgeoning damage as you fall down onto what feels to be solid ground. I'd like perception checks from everybody.
Yeah, I don't like the
please.
way you said feels to me. Well, Rowan will never know.
As your surroundings so abruptly change, it takes a moment for the adjustment from the panic and the sheer volatility of the world around you to the sudden, almost manufactured calm that blossoms over each of you. You find yourselves in an open space. The air around you is a calming cool. And unfolding before you is an almost dumbfoundingly confusing sight. You see almost a domed ceiling extending before you, made out of solid, naturally hewn stone. You find yourselves in the caldera of the dormant volcano. Underfoot, or underhoof, for your different bestial companions here, is a very thin pool of water that gives off a slight pale bluish glow. You see lotus flowers in this pool that you find yourselves in. The caldera is like the inside of the volcano when there's no lava or magma. So you're inside of a dormant volcano, this like crater on top. However, it's almost magically domed over, forming this beautiful ceiling. You're in a like small, shallow pool of water, and directly ahead of you, you see pillars that almost seem like mushroom-like and stretch out to form an actual almost citadel before you. I've got a bit of a visual aid like here. You see other people that had been rushing with you have dismounted their horses, which are now being attended to by people who are wearing different uniforms from the different schools, or rather orders, of Bravehollow. The air smells almost of like a natural, almost oceanic, salty spray smell, but in a fresh way rather than a sad, fishy way. The crackling of the storm outside and the changing world seem distant, almost muffled within this space. You can see that there are lightning bugs or fireflies floating gently throughout the space, and you can see hanging from the ceiling up above are flowers, all sorts, mosses, brilliant large white flowers, as well as teensy little purple flowers. There are hanging little glass ornaments that are hung from the ceiling as well. But the keen-eyed among you also notice that there seem to be within the sort of naturally formed open space that you find yourselves in, also arcane sigils and carvings hidden amidst the plants. Those of you who are keen-eyed in this case will say Boone, Alexios, and Rykard, you can see that clearly hours, maybe even years of magical effort and investment have been put into the space to keep it secure from the outside elements. You can see that up ahead where the pillars and this sort of like natural almost entrance to this space that you have rushed through, where it opens up, you can see that there are pillows and lush couches, as well as seats and tables that all seem to have been magically conjured forth from the stone itself, rather than placed there. You can see that people both are looking out towards you with concern. Some are looking towards you with admiration, and there's lots of people milling about who seem completely unaware of whatever has just transpired with you and your group and the perils that you just managed to avoid. You can see that Lucan, sort of with his hands out, rushes forward to grab those of you who are launched off of the cart, out of the ground, or rather, out of the little pool. And
Did
he sort of
Illyria stick the
claps.
landing?
Pardon?
Did Illyria stick the landing?
As you sort of look towards
Did a
Illyria,
backhand
you can
spring.
see that she has been heavily jostled forward, but she did manage to hang on to the cart.
God damn it.
You can see that Brownlock has been launched forward and sort of face planted directly into the water, and you can see that Greymore barely managed to hang on to the cart. Huracan and Chianto have both been flung from the water, from the cart into the water as well.
Boone, Rowan, did you guys stick the landing?
No.
All right. So I'll
Bro, I
hop
rolled
out
it
the
like a
cart.
7.
Somehow, you don't know when he did it. He lit another cigarette. He's smoking. He will step over Boone and help Rowan up.
Fuck you.
Thank you.
Okay. As you're doing that right card, Lucan turns to Boone and sort of gives you a clap on the back, Boone, as you stand up and says, "That was some mighty good riding."
Didn't have much of a choice in the matter.
We perform best under pressure. I'm very impressed by what I saw here today. You kept your cool. You took control of the situation. And I know... He sort of shakes his head. This wasn't planned. I'm proud of what you did regardless. You showed strong initiative. Sometimes all you need to do is take control.
I will tip an imaginary hat towards him in acknowledgement.
He gives you a nod back.
As I'm helping Rowan up, I'll be dusting him off. You're all right. You're all right. Bit of a rough start to the morning. How you feeling?
Yeah, I've been better. Kind of just looks a little shell-shocked, to be honest. Like he's very much still grasping with what just happened to all of us.
A big smirk on his face. He'll go, "Now, I might be mistaken, but did Boone push you this morning? Into the jaws, into the claws of that pterodactyl?"
She did, and I still don't know why. He turns and glares at her.
Now,
I didn't hear anything.
I might be mistaken, but that seemed a tad malicious.
If only it was you, Ratcard.
Well, better luck next time.
Maybe there won't be a next time.
Let's hope not.
Alex,
I'll
Beacon,
kinda
how you
stand myself
doing?
up.
Yeah. I'm helping
Standing myself
Alex
up,
up while you guys
brushing
are
off.
talking.
Oh, brushing off his cheeks, making sure to
Thank you.
cup.
And the rest of you,
Are you
Graymore,
okay, Alex?
how you sitting? Sitting pretty?
Greymore hops down from the cart and gives a solid nod.
Nice job out there. Nod my head towards Illyria.
She sort of very stoically doesn't really respond, but just starts piling the hair back up on her head into the intricate haircut that she had, hairdo that she had before.
Gotcha.
But Alex, you were speaking to Beacon.
Yes, what did Beacon ask? Just how I was?
I just asked if you were okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, of course. Yourself, are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine. That's crazy.
Did you get injured
though.
at all in that fight?
Oh no, I'm okay.
You did a good job taking down those creatures. I've never seen anything like them before.
Neither have I. I wonder if they have to be creatures from this island. Never ceases to surprise me. Everything that happens here.
This is all very new. I'll kind of take a look around. What does Lucan seem to be doing? He was helping
Well,
people up, but what's he doing now? Yeah.
So he was speaking with Boone, but now you can see, has moved sort of a little bit just beyond the pool, to where that area with the furniture was. He is now speaking with somebody who is dressed in what looks to be heavy armor, but it's also very uniform. That has green, black sort of coloration to it. He looks a little bit away from you. You can see that you and the rest of the people who fled here are all still in this sort of pool area. And it seems like you all have a moment to discuss with each other, see how you're all doing, before you have a sense that Lucan will probably tell you what comes next.
All right.
Does anyone do anything?
You think they'll let us in now?
Probably not,
Eh.
but we are probably closer.
I don't know what the hell
If
else
that
they want us
wasn't,
to do.
This isn't a shining resume at this point. I don't know what will be.
I think we all did very well.
Graymore, what you got there? What is that thing?
Graymore sort of looks at you and then looks at the sort of long, multi-chambered barrel that he has. And you see that he tucks it into a harness at his hip and sort of gives you a bit of almost like a casual smirk, Rykard, as he says, well, something I like to use when I'm in a bit of a bind. We
Seems quite
can't all
effective.
have magical powers.
That's true. You make that yourself?
I made some adjustments to it myself.
Interesting. What's that? It spins. What is that?
Oh, he sort of spins the barrel of a 6-shooter as he sort of like smacks it, and he tucks it back in, sort of lets you look at it but won't let you touch it. And I get to fill, you see these cylinders here, call them chambers. Fill them with munitions of my own make. They shoot off just like any spell that you could fire.
Rowan, you ever seen anything like that?
Don't think so.
Why
Doesn't
do you
really
sound
look
like
familiar. I'm sick.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Interesting. Well, not the strangest thing we've seen today. And he'll brush himself off a little bit, and he'll cast Healing Hands on himself. You see, as he's brushing himself, some like sparks and embers sort of come off the wound, and it seals up a little bit. The bleeding stops on his shoulder.
As you staunch some of your wounds, Rykard, you can feel them sort of stitching back together.
Actually, Harry, now that we're kind of with a big group, and presumably they all have the packs, if they're able to grab them, just kind of looking around, am I able to notice, like, the scrap of fabric that we found last time? Am I able to notice, like, what backpack it might be from, or was it kind of just, like, a generic one? Or can I notice if, like, a backpack has the scrap missing?
Go ahead and roll an investigation check, please.
The egg.
The egg. Oh, 20.
Funny. All right. Looking around, Alexios, a number of the packs are now damaged just due to the recent scrap that you all sort of went through. You can also see that the figure with the blue and yellow outfit is missing their pack. They likely didn't get an opportunity to grab it in the sort of excitement of the earlier point of the day. But you can see that the large Tosarai wildling is missing like several scraps from his bag, and you can see that Griffo's bag is damaged as well. Additionally, you can see that the red clad Raidiri seems to have some shreds taken out of their bag. Also notable to you, Illyria doesn't have her bag either.
Okay. Could be any of those.
Is the egg intact?
Looking over the egg, it does appear to be intact. Additionally, the crocodile skin that had been removed from the giant crocodile by a different group, and like all of the items appear to be intact.
Wow.
It seems that all of you were more damaged than the rest of the things.
That's fortunate. You guys ready to get going?
Well, we should wait to see what Lucan has to say and
Going
tell us
where?
where we should go.
Lucan's
Yeah,
further up than us, right? He's like talking to people.
No, he's just right there talking to someone over there.
Oh, I didn't see him.
As you all sort of turn your attention towards Lucan, you can see that there's almost like smaller groups have begun to form. You can see that the person in the yellow and blue is sticking close with the Tosarai wildling, and the Raidiri individual sort of seems to like not really be part of the group, but kind of stays close to them, as well as the individual that none of you had really seen before in the gray robes. The group of the 4 tieflings all seem to gather back together. You see that they all give each other big hugs and smiles, and there's a few tears of relief at being safe, thanks to all of you. But as you turn your attention over to Lucan, he walks over. The individual he was speaking to in the heavy armor seems to rush off. You can see that rather than panic or nervousness on his face, he more than anything looks a little frustrated as he sort of saunters his way back over. As he sort of stands at the head of some stairs, looking at all of you in the shallow pool that you all stand in. You can see that a number of other individuals from Bravehollow have come over and started to tend to the horses. Right, well, obviously this is not what was intended to happen. As I said before, this is how Bravehollow can be. Bit of a hectic place, but at least we're all safe together. He sort of gives a bit of a wink at that. The Isle of Cravensbone is dangerous, and every time we feel that we understand its workings, the magic that controls it and its patterns, it finds a new way to surprise us. Not gonna lie to all of you, we were all here under the impression that we had at least another day before the island would shift on us. But it seems that she had other plans. You all held yourselves quite commendably. And he looks at each of you specifically. If you found yourself freezing in the situation we just found ourselves in, I want you to think about what it is that drew you to Bravehollow. And if what you feel you can contribute outweighs your performance today. We are who we are in the scariest moments we find ourselves in. Now, I'm going to give you all a short tour, help you find your bearings. After that, I'll drop you all off at the barracks. From there, I'll explain, going forward, your role here in the Order. He turns on his heel and begins to walk expecting you all to follow.
Yeah. Alex,
Um,
hearing that we're getting a tour, will take out like the little notebook that he has, hold his finger down to it, ink kind of beginning to flow through his veins as he begins to write and follow after Lucan, trying to take notes on where we're going.
I'm following pretty close behind Alex.
Yeah, I'll give Boone a little nudge forward before falling behind.
Pick your ankle. But I'll follow. And Rowan just sits there.
Oh, sorry, I was drinking water. Yeah, no, I'll follow behind Rickard.
All right, as your group sort of like leads this guided tour, you follow after Lucan. Not Lucan. Lucan. He begins to speak as he leads you around, detailing the environs of Bravehollow and what you all have access to. As he leads you through the caldera, you see that this entire space is sort of carved magically within this dormant volcano. The walls are made of stone, but at the same time, this place has been made homely and comfortable by many a magic spell. There are animals in the waters below, as you see little fish swimming around. You see verdant mosses as well as vibrant fungi growing off of the ceilings and the walls. Underfoot, you can see that the stairways and the paths, the hallways that you follow have been well trod, and this space has been well loved by those who came before you, trained before you, and will be here alongside you. There are elegant tapestries and carvings and paintings along the walls, as well as, in some areas, smell of old parchment and books that belie a sense of education and academic within this space. There is the fresh, verdant smell of growth, as well as the distant smell of earthy decay. A nod to the botanists, biologists, and various other naturalists of the school, or rather the Order of Deadwood. You can see and even hear the elegance, the speeches, the echoing voices, and the individuals quizzing and jabbing at each other of lyre song as you pass by different hollow and their intricate dress. You see people of all different walks of life, all different lineages. You see dwarves and hobgoblins. You see Goliaths. You see Yuan Ti, lizard folk, dragon folk, elves, and the occasional but extremely rare Aarakocra in this space. Goblins and humans walk alongside each other here, but it's not as densely populated as you would expect. In the journeys throughout the halls, at least the common halls that Lucan shows you, the common areas he guides you through, you only see about maybe a total of, at most, 170 or so people. Boone, go ahead and roll a perception check to see if you can spot any more Fae.
I got a 9.
Amidst the present crowd that you see, the only Fae that stands out to you is one tiny, actually tiny, pixie who flutters by extremely quickly with a bunch of massively oversized, at least for their proportions, parchments. They seem to be flying off to bring them to someone.
Nice.
The common areas that Lucan shows you to are as follows, and these are all written in the OneNote under Common Areas under the Bravehollow Society tab here. He shows you to the Grand Hall, the space directly beside the healing pool that you had first found yourselves in. It is a space, as mentioned before, made almost entirely out of stone and magically conjured furniture and items. Within the space, you see there are people practicing their spells, reading their tomes, people taking notes, or just relaxing between the different missions that they've undertaken. He leads you briefly down, down, down a spiraling staircase where you see he reaches and grabs a massive torch from a wall. As he leads you down this dark stairwell that spirals further and further below, suddenly the space opens up to this vibrantly lit and incredibly intricate archive. You see a almost semicircle desk where an owlin, an owl folk, sits. She seems distracted, and she has these intricate glasses on her face, as she seems to speak into a magical conch shell, where she seems to be speaking with someone on the other end. You find yourselves in the Grand Biblioplex, the common area of it, where Lucan makes it clear that once you join an order, especially should you choose the Vermilion and Cress, you will have access to different parts of the library. But at present, you only have access to things that they're not too worried about keeping hidden or locked away. He doesn't go into too many details about the security of the place, but makes it very clear that certain tomes, certain ancient archival elements are all heavily sealed away. You all notice that a slight smile creeps on Illyria's face when she sees the grandiosity of the Biblioplex. You see shelves floating aloft in the air, packed with tomes and scrolls and various other implements and items that all seem to almost like a Rubik's Cube moving in on itself. The shelves move up into the side, all around. Those of you who are familiar with Castlevania, very much like that library that the guy who lost his wife, I can't remember his name, but very much like the shelves floating through the air, moving around, reorganizing themselves.
I think his name is Dracula.
Not him.
The other
Like
guy who
Sant
lost his wife.
something. It's like Sant
Yeah.
Oh
something.
yeah, a lot of people are losing their wives in Dracula.
The one
I
who's
know.
the one whose wife is in an alternate dimension where there's a library. Anyway, neither here
Oh,
nor there.
Jacques Pierre.
You see the shelves themselves reorganizing themselves, almost as if they had a will of their own. And you can see a number of people, specifically in like reddish and orangish robes or different clothing, seem to be like almost flying through the air and quickly scanning through these different shelves, finding different tomes and tablets and other implements of interest to them. You can tell that Lucan is a bit bored by this part of the tour, as he seems to quickly want to wrap it up, despite the fact that a number of people seem quite interested in learning more about the Biblioplex. He points to the owlin, who has pale white, fluffy feathers with a few black marks underneath her yellow eyes. He sort of snaps a finger towards her and says, "If you're ever looking for anything down here, the first person I'll turn you to is Vicenda Fidel. She's the keeper of the Grand Biblioplex." The owl sort of gives a hoot and a slight nod of her head before turning her attention directly back to the conch, and I'll quickly type out her name for you here.
What kind of owl is she?
She appears to be like a snowy owl.
Aww. Oh, I spelled that horribly different.
Lucan, sort of looking over all of you, says, "Any questions about this place?"
I'm just watching Illyria the whole time. How is she reacting to all this?
Why are you staring at her?
She's kind
How
of...
can I not?
Generally, the elf seems quite stoic. However, there is like a bit of a look of excitement that crosses her face at seeing the grandiosity of the space. She does raise her hand, almost like in an assertive way, to get Lucan's attention. He turns to her and she says, "Are we all granted access to this as a natural thing, or do we have to be part of a specific order to access the other tomes and things?" Lucan shakes his head. You all have a base level of access here, but until you're actually inducted into an order, well, certain things are going to be kept, well, a little more secret. She gives
Is
a
it
little bit of a
true
nod
that
at that.
the quills? Is it true that the quills in Vermilion Crest have more access to this place?
He gives a bit of a like raised eyebrow at you and then gives a nod. Yes, the Quails, who are a select members of this order, are individuals who keep the society's vaults and its most sacred or, well guarded knowledge. Takes many years and much training to prove yourself to the Vermilion Crest to be inducted into the Quills themselves. They are, well, only the members of the Quills and the occasional Lantern actually know who is a Quill. And of course, and he points again towards the Owlin, she knows everything that goes on in here. She knows who the Quills are too.
I'll make a note of that.
What you think, Rowan?
Which part?
All of it. Just what you were expecting?
None of today was really what I was expecting. It's nice though. I'm excited to see what it's like here for a little bit. And what about you? Is this what you were expecting?
No. Not at all.
What did you have in mind?
I have no idea. Not this.
I only really heard rumors of this place, so didn't really have much visuals to go off of. But glad we
Yeah.
made it.
Alex Beacon, how you doing? How we feeling?
This is amazing.
Almost in
Is-
shock. It's
You seem excited,
Wonderful to
Alex.
finally be here. Yes, of course. Aren't you?
Yeah. You a big reader?
A little bit.
Hmm.
What about yourself?
Have a little bit of trouble reading sometimes. Boone? Just check it in. How we doing?
What? Shrug at you.
Yeah, I'm tired too.
I didn't say I was tired.
Oh, you look tired.
Glare at you.
I'll glare back.
The Death Note theme song starts playing.
Kind of sit there,
Yeah.
looking around, tapped his foot.
As you take a look around, Lucan sort of takes the torch that he was using and leads you further on. You go back up the swirling staircase and through the Great Hall to an area that he sort of points downwards to. From the Great Hall, you are overlooking what appears to be a lowered set of sandy pits with a series of lines. You can see that there are floating stones as well as like floating dummies of various types and shapes and sorts. Some of them appear to be made almost out of animated water, while as others are like made out of pure electrical energy. Others are made of stone. You can see that people in different colors, some wearing gray and black and white, others wearing black and green, and others still wearing purple and red, sort of like slaying various different attacks at these different dummies. You can also see that there are people who are sparring against one another. A person in a ornate green and black, almost mushroom-covered, slightly rotted and burnt at the edges ball gown, flings a sort of scrawny-looking fire genasi over her head and smashes them down into the ground before sort of like flinging them back around again. Lucan points down towards it and says, "Those are the training pits. You ever need to blow off some steam, try out a new attack, or hone any of your skills, you're more than welcome to do so down there. You can fight either against another individual, or you can choose to test it out on some of the magically conjured enemies we have down there. Sometimes you just need to blow off steam. Sometimes you need to hone your focus. But whatever you need, the training pits are always available to all members of Bravehollow. Just don't go blowing up the whole place, please. More than once had to requisition somebody to go clean that up. And unfortunately for all of you folks, right now you're at the bottom of the totem pole, which means I'd be calling you.
So be careful.
He leads you up another set of spiraling stairs that branches off from the Great Hall and is built above the lowest level of the training pits, sort of hanging slightly aloft. You see that there is an intricate space that is absolutely jammed with a variety of different items. However, each item that you see seems to be intentionally placed where it is in a neat, almost oddly patterned stack. You can see that there is an individual who is wearing like very drapey, elegant linens that swirl around them almost in a sari like outfit. The individual appears to be a tabaxi with a deep panther black sort of coat. As you all approach, the individual turns towards all of you and gives you a toothy smile. Lucan gestures to the individual and says, "Everyone, this is Ambaxius Gunther. Ambaxius is a member of the Liar Song Order and our quartermaster of our requisitions. Should you require anything of a more mundane nature, or to send out letters to anyone, or reach out to any contacts outside of the central lodge here, this is the person that you will be going through." The tabaxi smiles and gives all of you sort of like a curtsy and says, "Ambaxius Gunther is my name. I would be glad to procure any items that any of you should require. Trade and being a merchant is my specialty."
We can nod like a pleasure to meet you. Spelled the name on.
The tabaxi looks over at you, Rykard, and says, "Your clothes seem to be somewhat damaged, young man. Feel free to browse my wares when you have the chance."
Will do.
"Your first hit is free, but after that, of course, I will require coin. Or perhaps a favor." Lucan sort of shakes his head at that and says, "Now, the more things you do for Bravehollow, the more that Ambaxius can procure for you. Anything beyond that will require coin. Of course, now that you're all here, and you're going to start picking up some actual work, you will, of course, be receiving a stipend. He sort of gives a almost like a fist bump, like handshake to Ambaxius, who gives a nod and seems to turn back to their various stacks of items. Anything any of you all need while you're here?
Rowan, what's that stuff that we need for the ritual? For the
Oh, to summon a
Little fellow?
familiar. We need
Yeah.
some incense. Rowan will kind of turn and look at Ambaxius. Do you have any incense, or know where we could get some?
Yes, I have a less than arcane grade, but I'm sure Loken will show you where the herbarium and the arcanum are.
Mm.
Lucan gives a solid nod and says, the arcanum will be where you can find spells, grade chalk, and incense, and all the lack of that. They're also where they sell various different magical items. The next stop on our tour.
We
Keep an eye out.
The Tabaxi sort of clears their throat and says, but if you are looking for gemstones and the like, I myself keep several on hand.
I
Do you
think
keep
we'll keep
diamonds
that in
with you?
mind.
The Tabaxi sort of blinks, hearing three people speak at once.
Go ahead.
Do you keep diamonds with you?
Yes, but the more expensive the diamonds, the longer it will take me to procure.
How long would it take for you to procure one of 50 gold pieces?
Fortunately, I do have that on hand.
I
Oh,
don't have money on me right now for it, but I will come back later.
I will try to keep it on hold for you, Mr.
Alexios.
Ambaxius gives a nod to that. Alexios, I will keep it aside for you for now.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
would you be able to keep an eye out for a pair of platinum rings that have to be pretty expensive, at least 50 gold apiece? When I get the money, I could buy them off of you.
Ambaxius gives a nod and says, I will speak to the smithy and see what can be done.
Thank you.
And your name is?
Rowan. It's nice to meet you.
Yes, as likewise. And remember, as Lucan said, as you take on more work for Bravehollow, these items will be more readily available for you. They then sort of turn back to their clipboard and their piles, and Lucan sort of gestures for all of you in the group to follow.
I'll follow.
Me following.
As you walk through a long hallway that extends off of the requisitions and sort of has a few steps to it leading even further upwards, Lucan points to two places of particular interest. You can see that one of them, the threshold is arched and has a distinct elven architecture to it. It has reddish color sort of splashed over it, as well as sort of red foxglove flowers, as well as some like baby's breath flowers and some Castelleja flowers as well. All sort of blossoming along the outer edge of this arched way. He points to it and says, through there's the Arcanum. Don't have a specific person who works the front there, but it's nearly always someone from the Vermilion Crest. In there, you'll be able to find components for magical things, magical items, and such. And across the way, and he points across the hall to what appears to be a lot more of a it doesn't have a like distinct style of architecture to it. It's almost just like a hole punched through solid stone that then opens up to what appears to be almost like a small cave where you could see that jagged stones illuminate the space and plants hang from the ceilings as well as burst forth out of the ground. Through there's the herbarium. In there, there's a druid by the name of Verthug Duel. They'll be able to help you out procuring any plants or some of the more rare components required for creating different things, but particularly potions. If you ever get injured, they'll be the one that you'll be wanting to see as well.
Harry, can you type that name in the chat, please?
Yep.
Thank you. Oh my god, I was
Okay.
one letter off.
Aw.
It's like a
I got the
spelling
first
bee.
name completely correct. Yeah, and at the last name I was one letter off.
Was it the H?
Yeah, I had a W.
Lucan continues to lead you forth, and you can suddenly all feel like this blistering heat and hear the tinging of metal against metal, as well as the roar of a fiery hearth. As you round a corner, you can see that there's like thick, bright, almost reddish light illuminating off of a giant forge, where you can see what appears to be 15 different people all rotating through different positions, working heavily away at a forge. You see some dwarves, some tieflings. You also see a dragonborn and a lizard folk, all working within the space. A pale blue-skinned genasi with massive goggles on their face hammers away at a long stretch of almost like molten-looking metal before they toss aside their hefty hammer. They grab the long strip of metal and sink it into what appears to be green bubbling acid. And you hear the hiss of the metal as it's pulled back and reveals this brilliant, almost glowing looking blade. Lucan sort of speaks to your group, gesturing for all of you to gather closer, almost like a tour guide in a busy area. He leans over and says, "This here's the smithy. You want anything from them? Unless you're in good with any of the people who work here, you gotta go through Ambaxius. Occasionally you'll get a mission or a request for something specifically from them, and that can be your in, but Ambaxius likes to keep a strong hold on the strings of how things will operate around here. Never try to cut a lyre song out of a deal. I learned that the hard way when I was about your age. Never been the same."
I'll be proud to keep that in mind.
He then sort of gestures towards the smithy and says, "If any of you find yourselves interested in getting into the work here, let me know earlier rather than later, and I'll see what strings I can pull. But I warn you, it may look simple, but it's hard work." He then turns on his heel and gestures down below, distantly, sort of over a balcony that you all pass by. He says, "Down there's our stables. Pretty much cleared out right now, seeing as all the Griffin Riders are out trying to tame a tempest that was crashing in on the western coast. Although we keep horses and a few other beasts of burden around. the lady upstairs tends to be a big fan of griffins. If you end up going outside or off the island, you'll find a lot less of them. But here at Central, griffins are the right of choice. As he leads you up the last set of stairs, you now find yourselves faced with a massive stone door. You can see carved into the face of the door is the sigil of Bravehollow, the circles with the interconnecting swoops of various different colors. Through these doors, you'll find yourselves in the initiate barracks. Now, some of you performed absolutely admirably today, and I would like to put in my commendation with some of the captains of the different orders to see if you can be inducted sooner rather than later. Others still have a bit more time and a need to prove themselves around here, I think. Within the barracks, you'll find rooms. You'll have to split them a pair to a room. If anything's not to your liking, feel free to reach out to Ambaxius and see if there's any renovating you can do. But tends to not really be something we can do for initiates. As you find your way into an order, you'll eventually get your own space. But for now, you're bunking. Once you're ready and all settled, you can come find me down at the Memento. And he takes a big puff from his pipe with a bit of a grin on his face. Memento is the gathering space, or as some call it, the tavern of this here island. And that there's my stomping grounds. When I'm not wrangling initiates like you, I'm giving out missions. And trust me, there's plenty to go around. So don't feel like you need to grab every single thing under the sun. Only take on what you can actually shoulder. As I mentioned before, there are stipends and benefits to anything that you grab. Some things pay better than others. Some things are more about scratching someone up high's back. Once you've taken on enough things, got enough missions under your belt, you're like to get noticed by people upstairs. I know a lot of you didn't come here just to be stuck on the island forever. And don't worry, we don't intend to keep you locked in here. Once you've proven your worth, seen the island a bit, proven yourself in these tougher circumstances, some of the lodge holders outside of here will want to request or requisition you. We always need help in all corners of this world. Once you're out there, taking on different missions, you won't necessarily be answering to me. Rewards off the island can be pretty sweet as well. Hell, I heard of some people getting a house as payment one time. Not too bad, if you ask me. But if you're looking for any stories or anything of the like, looking to get an ear in or make some friends, come on down to Memento 2. If you're looking to speak with your chapter captain as well, that's going to take some time. They're harder to reach than you think, and I'm the main person that people tend to go through. If you're looking to send a message to someone off island or something of the like, you can go to me or to Ambaxius. Any questions?
Ken will shake his head but look towards his party. I think I'm good. Anyone else?
No, I think that was perfectly clear. Thank you.
Griffo sort of clears his throat and says, I do have a question. Where do I go if I'm looking for food and like drinks? Lucan sort of shakes his head a little bit and takes a big puff from his pipe and says, the Memento's open at all hours. We've got a kitchen down there. Don't worry, we won't charge you food and board. We're not complete monsters. You can eat your fill, drink your fill, so long as you don't empty out our larder or our cellar. Well, if y'all ain't got nothing else to ask or to say, I gotta get back to my own duties. And he sort of like tips his hat towards all of you and says, remember, down at the Memento Tavern. You can find it over off of the Great Hall. As he sort of dusts off his coat, he begins to walk away, leaving you all in front of the massive door.
Well, we shouldn't stand around here for the rest of the day. Guess I'll kind of, I'll just push open the door.
All right, Beacon. As you approach the door and push against it, it is extremely heavy. You lean basically all of your weight against it to get the door to grind open. As it does, you see now before you a long hallway that extends out. There is a long rug that is rolled out down this perfectly linear hallway, and upon it are threads of a bunch of different colors. It has almost a prismatic pattern that seems to shift with the light of the different lit lanterns and torches that are hung on sconces along the edges of the wall. The stone of the hallway seems inviting as lilacs, foxgloves, and a bunch of other sort of long, droopy flowers drope from the ceiling up above. There are plants growing all over the walls, and you think you see little birds nesting in some of the outstretched branches that seem to blossom from the stone. There are little, almost squirrel-like creatures that you can see sort of jumping from plant to plant overhead, and they seem to almost shyly hide as the door is swung open. You can see that there are about 7 openings, or rather doorways, on either side of the hall, each with a solid wooden door blocking off the different rooms. Some of them seem to already have people within them, but most of them appear empty. The space smells of flowers as well as of almost like a light cookie type smell.
And I guess,
No, this is the Initiate Barracks.
yeah, this is the barracks.
Oh.
Lucan said that we would have to bunk up, yes?
I believe you did.
Alright, let's go try and find the room.
Mm-hmm.
Rowan will turn to Ricard. You want to be bunk buddies?
Rowan, do you want to be my bunk buddy? Is that what you're asking me?
Well, I mean, if there's someone else, I understand. I just don't really know too many people here. And you know, we've already been like bunk buddies for like almost a month anyway, so it. Yeah.
All right, yeah, cool.
After you, whatever one looks the nicest. That they all kind of look the same, though.
Yeah, I'll take a look. I'll go through a few doors. If I could find one with like a bigger window than the rest, that's all I'm looking for.
Sure. You swing the doors open. Rather than like windows that look out to the island of Craven's Bone themselves, you find that we'll say that you swing open 3 doors. You see that each of them has an almost like Gothic style. Gothic is in like the architectural style, I should say. Window. They're sort of like these large arches with almost like a flower like I suppose like struts within the window that have stained glass within them, and each one depicts an interesting scene. One of the doors that you throw open appears to depict a mermaid or a like naiad with long hair, seemingly sitting in a pool of water with lotus flowers and a waterfall behind her. Another one that you open appears to have a depiction of a hero fighting off a creature with a lion's head, a scorpion's tail, a ram's head, and a dragon's head. And you can see that his shadow appears to also be fighting this creature. You also see a third depiction in the third room that you open the window or open the door to, and you see what looks to be a goblin standing on the bow of a massive sailboat, like a carrack, and the figurehead on the vessel appears to be also the goblin, but holding out a rapier towards the sky. And you can see that there's like a night sky in the stained glass as well.
Rowan will
Rowan, I'll let you pick.
point at the room, the second room, with the hero with his shadow. What about that one?
That works.
I'll wander inside and flop down.
Within the room, you see that there are 2 bunks. They're not like bunk beds, just like sort of like set up cots, but they're a little bit more fanciful than that. They are formed out of solid stone, or the bed frames are formed out of solid stone, but they appear to have plush pillows and mattresses upon them. You can see that there are rolled up bed things such as like fitted sheets and duvets, but it's quite temperate in the room. There are chests at the base of each of the beds, and you can see that there's a small like armoire closet for both of you as well.
Wait a
You
second.
also, sorry,
Sorry, go ahead.
one last detail. Set upon the beds, you can also see that there are silver trays that are like reflective, and you can see that there are 3 little vials that have been set on the silver trays.
Can I sit down next to him and look at them? Can I tell what they are? Or are they empty?
Roll an Arcana check.
15.
You can tell that one is a potion of healing, one appears to be a vial of acid, and one appears to be like a cleaning powder. So you could use it for your teeth or your hair or anything like that.
I'll tell Ricard. Well, that one's a potion of healing. The other one is acid, and then, like, soap, maybe?
Glad you said that ahead of time. I would have never known.
Could have used some of these earlier. He'll stash them
Sure.
in his bag.
Give me 1 second. I'll head out the door. See if I can spy Boone. Where's Boone right now?
Oh Jesus! Once I'm just standing in the hallway, man. I'm looking at all the rooms.
Hey, kid.
I
Where are
don't
you
turn
bunking?
around to that. Fuck.
Short one, Beetle. Hello.
And now you can tell I'm purposely ignoring you.
Boone, where are you bunking?
Me?
You're the only one here that matches that description.
I don't know. I got room.
I mean, I can hop out, take this one. Don't want you to be alone if you don't want to.
Nah, I'll take alone over bunking with you dorks any day.
Sure.
I'll promptly swivel and look at the nearest empty room and walk into it.
All right.
Give me a holler if you need anything. I'll head back in.
Boone, you head into the room with the naiad depicted on the stained glass. You find the room is much the same as that your companions found themselves in. You do notice that as you enter the room, Boone, the bed starts to shake ever so slightly, and you can see that it does shrink a little bit, almost like it's matching your size.
Oh. Wait, that's silly. She'll kind of smile at that. I'll go over and I'll pick up the bottles.
You can add a potion of healing, like the base level, to your inventory, as well as a vial of acid and soap.
Soap. Wait, my internet. Okay.
Oh. I guess this is home now.
What? Oh.
Start getting unpacked.
Why did you try to have me room with an attempted murderer?
Don't be so dramatic.
I got lifted like 100 feet into the air. I could have died.
And you're here now.
I couldn't have been. I could have been bird food or a splat on the ground.
You're fine.
She hasn't
It's
even
gonna happen
apologized,
again
Rykard.
at some point.
I don't think I want it to happen again. That was
We're
scary.
here in Bravehollow now. It's full of crazy things. I'm sure something even worse is gonna happen at some point to all of us.
That's comforting.
It is what it is, isn't it?
I guess.
What do you think Alex and Beacon are up to right now?
Probably smooching. No, I don't
Those
know.
two seem very close.
It's sweet. I don't know. Seems like they've known each other for a long time. Must be nice
Yeah.
to be able to trust and rely on someone like that.
True.
Do you think we're gonna like it here? This wasn't really the introduction I was expecting.
Yeah. I mean, free room and board, food, steady income. What's not to like?
The artwork is pretty impressive too.
Yeah, who do you think painted that?
I do recognize it as rocks or no? Like how good? I mean,
It's because it's stained glass rather than like a painting, so
oh right.
it's kind of jagged, and there are sort of like these abstract elements to it. So it could be anyone, but it's like there is a hero who has a sword, and there is a shadow beside them, and they're both fighting what appears to be a chimera.
Well, I don't know. I imagine someone that was responsible for making this place. Really cool though. Never seen stained glass like that.
Yeah. It is pretty interesting. This whole place is interesting.
Yeah, I wonder how normal what happened to us today is.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Seemed everybody was kind of caught on their toes. They had no idea what was going on.
Yeah. Well, at least everyone made it.
What order were you planning on joining again?
I think Deadwood. I
Deadwood?
mean, I'm sure there's still more to learn, but I don't know. Lucan seems cool, and I haven't really gotten to meet too many other people from Deadwood, but it seems sort of like what I'm interested in.
Yeah.
What about you?
Probably Vermilion Crest. Yeah. Got a lot of dumb questions. Need a lot of answers.
Seems like you'll get access to some pretty cool things right off the bat.
Looks like it, yeah. And if you ever need me to pull a few books for you, I can do that.
That would be great.
For a small price, of course.
So now you're extorting me.
I'm doing you a favor. You're doing me a favor. You know, just seems like an even trade for me.
Well, if you ever need me to do whatever it is that people from Deadwood do, I will do it.
Good to know. You should bring Freya out. Now that we're out of danger.
He'll snap his fingers and she'll materialize on the edge of the bed cot. Do you think you want an owl? There's a lot of
I don't
different
know.
creatures that you can summon. I mean, there's like hawks, there's ravens, there's cats, there's snakes.
I mean, did you choose an owl, or did she just come out like that?
She sort of just came that way. I mean, there's different ways to cast the spell. There's different intentions behind it. As witches, we typically sort of just leave an open calling card and, you know, kind of like a, hey, whoever's out there and wants to help kind of thing. But I think the way that some wizards use it and other mages, I guess, you can be more deliberate with what you summon.
Well, if we ever get the materials, I guess we'll see.
Maybe soon.
Hopefully.
As the pair of Rowan and Rykard settle into their new room, Alex and Beacon, what are the pair of you doing?
I think we're both also trying to find a room.
Beacon, which room do you want?
I don't know. They all look very nice. Well, I'm not too picky about which room we get.
I sort of like that one with the
Yeah.
ship.
Ship? Yeah, it's a pretty cool one. Let's do that one. I will go into the room with the ship.
As you go into the room
So we
with the
came
ship,
here after all, so it will be a good reminder.
I agree. Sorry, Harry, go on.
as you enter the room with the ship, you find two beds, same items and sort of array and arrangement as Rykard and Rowan's room. You also see, as you sort of take a look around, that there is one other thing that is added to your room that was not present when Rykard had taken a look. You see what are basically two stone head casts where you are able to put your different circlets when you rest.
Oh,
This is so
this
thoughtful.
is
Wow.
very kind of them. I don't know how they knew. I don't know. All the
I don't see
magic
how
in
they
this
know
place
anything
makes my
here.
head spin. It's all very, very strange. Either way, very kind of them.
A kind of
Oh,
row one of the bags that I have on my bed. Or on one of the beds. Is there like any kind of like desk here in this space, Harry?
There's like a side table, but there isn't like a solid writing desk.
Okay, so just a table. Okay, that's fine. All right.
oh,
I
what
will,
what do you think of this
take a seat over there.
place?
It is unlike anything that I could have imagined. I mean, I've heard about it, of course, and I was communicating with Captain Everson a little bit about it, but the words do not do it justice.
Certainly, it's more than I could have ever imagined either. I'll be honest, part of me wasn't even sure if we'd make it this far.
Me neither,
But,
to be honest. But
we made it.
are you enjoying yourself? Do you like it here?
Plenty. I do, yes. It is nice to not be in Clofjord. At least for a little bit. To see a different place in the world. Different people.
Sounds like we'll have the opportunity to see many different people.
I'm glad. I'm quite excited for this adventure. I'm happy that I get to go on it with you.
I'm very happy to be on this adventure with you too. I'm very glad that we've had the opportunity to have our Behetus together.
So am I.
But Deacon, would you mind helping me out with something?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll kind of gesture to the table. I'll pull out like a blank piece of parchment. Since we are here, I was thinking of trying to perhaps write some kind of letter again to Casimir. Could you maybe try and help me figure out what to say about this? Him?
I'll do my best.
Thank you. I would appreciate it. I'm just drawing a bit of a blank. This is it's strange to think that he might have gone through very similar things.
Really, it's as anyone who goes through anything on this island, it's a very unique experience. Well, what are you hoping to send? Let them know that we're on the island. We're initiates.
Basically, yes. Basically anything. Probably that should probably be my main point, is that we are here. You know, I don't want things didn't really end so well, so I don't want to sound too forward, as though like he must get back to us, because he probably won't. But I don't know. I want him to know, you know?
Of course. Well, I suppose you don't have to put it in all those words, but just say that we made it safe. We have experienced many strange things on this island. We watched it transform. We fought giant frogs. We met a giant beaver, lots of giant animals. And we are writing this from the Initiate's barracks. And we just wanted to let him know that we are okay. We're doing well.
All right, good. That sounds good.
Do you think
Is there-
we should have anything else, or?
Is there anyone that you might want to get in contact with, Beacon?
I think that I'm okay for now. And not until I have to get a little farther into our initiation.
I understand.
Well, I'm going to take a bit of a look around the dorm, the barracks and whatnot. Let me know if you need anything.
Of course. Please let me know if there is anything of interest, and same to you as well.
Absolutely. I'll do like kind of awkward finger guns. And then I'm just gonna look around the barracks a little bit more.
Let's continue writing.
Right. Boom. You find yourself in the room with the naiad stained glass. For a moment, you are alone, but as Beacon moves to the hall, he takes a peek in the room and sees that you're by yourself.
Oh, Boone, hello.
Howdy.
Are you got the room for yourself?
It looks like I got lucky.
Fair enough. It is very nice. It's a very nice room.
Ain't yours identical?
I mean, yeah, that's what we don't have this stained glass. Ours is a bit more of a ship. How are
Can
you enjoying
Give you for something?
Bravehollow? Oh no, I was just walking around seeing the barracks as a whole.
Who knows what?
Sorry, Snaz, I think you cut out for me.
Did I die? Oh, I thought that was someone else. Guys, don't get Spectrum internet. Yeah, Sam also died. We just got cold.
Oh,
The rapture. I
the
said,
rapture.
what did I say? Yeah, just waiting for it to start.
Wait for what? Sorry, I think I'm gonna go
Bravehollow.
back a little bit. Okay. Fair enough.
I said it's been a lot of tests and such. We ain't even in yet.
Yeah, I guess they only want the best of the best. Honestly, I think If anyone is at this point is almost guaranteed to get in, it might be you. You if not for you, it'd probably all be consumed by lava at this point.
Nah, y'all would have made it. If not for me, Rowan probably wouldn't have been turned into mincemeat by that lizard thing.
But you also saved Rowan.
Did save Rowan.
If not for you, you probably would have been consumed by the lizard thing. Never seen anything like that before. It's very strange.
There's strange things all
either
over.
way, for sure, definitely on this island.
Why are you here, Beacon?
Oh, I just wanted to say hi.
No. At Bravehollow.
Oh, it's Bravehollow. My bad. Well, it seemed like the best place. Bleh, sorry, seems like the best place I could go to help people.
All people
It's,
or someone specific?
all people. Well, if there's one thing I want more in life, it is to help as many people as I can. And what better place to do that than a place that literally trains heroes?
You're a good guy, Beacon. Don't lose that.
Well, I appreciate it, Boone. I don't plan to. Not any day soon. Are you at Bravehollow?
I have my reasons. Not as noble as yours, but they're mine.
Fair enough. Everyone has their reasons. Hollow does a lot of things for a lot of people. I hope whatever reasons they are, I hope you find what you need here. I was really looking for.
Me too, Beacon.
Well, I'm gonna keep on exploring. I'll talk to you later.
I'll nod at you.
Okay. I'll make my way out.
Beacon, as you look around, you see that different people have started to sort of bunk up. You're able to see that Greymore and Griffo bunk in the same room. You see that the set of 4 tieflings all sort of pair off and go into their different rooms. Although you can tell that some of them look more shaken than others. You see that the individual in the all red outfit, the person who's clearly Radieri, them and the person in, or rather, them and the Tosarai wildling go together, and the Illyria and Brownlock bunk together as well. You notice something odd. Go ahead and roll investigation for me, Beacon.
Alrighty. 13.
You recall that there was someone in like a gray cloak who had been with the group, and you don't see them anywhere. One other point of notice is you see the person with the sort of fluffy brown and white streaked hair wearing sort of swirling, almost like strips of fabric that form a elegant sort of somewhere between a draping, almost flowy Jedi-like cloak and a dress of yellow and blue, is approaching the door where Boone is.
I'm just gonna watch this individual for a second. I just want to see what Boone's gonna do.
All right, as you sort of don't fully hide yourself, Beacon, but just wait to see how the interaction goes. Boone, you hear a rapping of knuckles at the door.
I think it's Beacon again. I'll go ahead and open it.
You see a human-ish looking individual. They have like slightly tanned skin. There are some scars on their shoulders as well as freckles on their face. You can see that they're wearing this like strip, as in like fabric-y strips outfit of yellow and blue, untamed brown hair, and with a few white streaks. She gives you like a bit of a smile and a nod and says, "Hello. Are you the only one within this bunk?
Presently.
Would you happen to be looking for someone to share the room?"
There are no more empty ones.
"Not that I can spot, no. Seems that everyone else is paired up."
Kind of peer around her. See if that's true.
From what you can see without further inspection, Boone, that does seem to be true.
Alright, come on in then.
"Thank you." She gives a bit of a nod. She approaches the other bed, and you can see that she quickly picks up the 3 vials that are on the bed, tucks them away, and she moves the silver tray out of the way. "What is your name? I wanted to say thank you for today. If it wasn't for you, I think I may have been left behind. You were the one that was up in the sky, yes?"
That was me, but it was a whole lot of us that did the work getting here.
"That is true. However, you were the one that stopped them from riding off."
I'll shrug. It's Boone, by the way. My name.
She reaches out a hand and does this hand gesture you've never seen before as a greeting. "My name is Hivanel Primrod, rather."
Thank you. I'll try and mimic her hand motion.
She gives a sort of gentle smile back. "Well, I have to say, this is not really what I expected."
Yeah, I was not really expecting it to take this long to get started.
I didn't really know that much about Bravehollow when I decided to come here, but I suppose that it could be harder, could be worse. They could have turned us away right away.
If you didn't know much about Bravehollow, why'd you come then?
Recommendation by a family friend.
Is this what you want?
Well, I suppose that's a bit of a lofty question. What do any of us really want? but I suppose so. I would like to hone my skills. I see no reason not to try. There are worse ways to live.
True. Although I think the only people who don't know what they want are either too foolish to know it yet, or they're not going to make it long enough to know it.
It's rather philosophical and nihilistic take.
It's just what I've seen.
And what led you here? Being here's what you want?
It's a means to get what I want.
I see. A stepping stone.
Havernal, is it?
Yes.
Which of the what are they? Classes are you joining? Like Brave or Deadwood or the other two?
The orders. Yes.
Yeah, that was my next word. Those.
Well, I suppose I could see myself in any of them, in truth. I like the idea of honing my elemental abilities with Deadwood. But then again, I don't mind speaking with people, leveraging them where I can. So Liaison calls to me. But really, I'm seeking information, so maybe Vermilion Crest is where I should go. What do you think? Have any advice?
Well, it don't matter what I think. You gotta make that choice your own.
That is true. I suppose I'll have to spend more time in missions figuring it out. Although I think that you and your companions, forgive me for saying so if I've misread, but I think that the lot of you will likely get a recommendation faster than I will. I didn't really prove myself or my mettle, but I'm eager to.
I think that's all that matters in the end. Is that you will.
Indeed. That is, of course, the goal.
Well, I look forward to seeing you out there then.
And you
I
as
hope
well.
you make it.
Well, I don't have to say that back to you. You've already proven yourself.
Not in yet.
Then in that case, I'll wish you luck all the same. But I shan't tarry. No need to keep you tonight. Thank you for letting me set my things up here.
You're not as annoying as you could have been.
Well, I'll strive to not annoy you for the rest of the time that we bunk together. It was nice
I'll
to
do
meet
the
you,
same.
Moon.
You too.
Ta-ta. She sort of gives you a little short wave, and you see that she strides out and seems to be headed back to sort of the common areas as she leaves.
Harry, I'm pregnant.
Oh my god.
I love her. No, Victor, it's the L word.
No, that's the F word. Boone would say the F word.
She'd say the D word.
Yeah. Yes.
So, as you're all settled with your bunk mates, is there anything that else you would like to accomplish as you settle yourselves down?
I just thought I should ask. When we asked about the incense and he like directed us to the what was it called? The herb, the
So there's
Erpium.
there's the herbarium and there's the arcanum.
Incense is at the Arcanum.
Was it like we
Silly
can
Billy.
just like go there whenever, or do we need to wait until tomorrow?
You can go there whenever.
I guess Rowan will turn to Ricard. Did you want to go get that incense now, or did you want to wait until tomorrow, do it then? I just remembered.
If it's free, I mean, I don't know how much it's gonna cost.
Oh, I've got a little bit of coin. Usually it's
No,
not
no, no,
too
no.
expensive.
No, 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 no. Let's just go see how much it costs.
Alright. I'll get up and walk with Ricard there.
As you head over to the
Strolling around.
Arcanum, you pass by the smithy in its heat, as well as a few of the other people that you had seen at the over the course of your trip here, other initiates, as it were. You walk by the member of the Thunderlords, as well as Illyria, on your way over to the Arcanum. You can see that the pair are talking with each other, and Illyria does not look at all interested in the conversation.
Ooh.
As you reach the Arcanum, you see the elegant elven architecture that sort of heralds the entryway to this space. You can see that there are books and scrolls that are stacked up on different shelves, as well as what appear to be different potions. You see that there are stacks of bricks of incense. You see small gemstones of various size kept in display cases that appear to be arcanely locked. You see that there is a broom floating up in the air. There's a wall of wands and cloaks and rings. You can see that there are fanciful, ornate rugs. You can see that there is a chest that has a whole bunch of locks all over it, and you can see that it seems to be growling as you approach. And you see that there is a sort of tall, almost alien-looking man with blue skin and gills on his throat. He has like sort of a sunken-in nose, and you can see that he has fins on the side of his face as you enter the space. And he has almost tattoo-like markings all over his head. He's wearing red cloak, almost like monk robes, with purple and orange accents.
Hello, I'm Rowan.
He gives a silent nod towards you and begins to make shapes with his fingers before text appears magically in an illusion in front of him. He says, "Hello, my name is Zephon Arisha. I am the manager, or the one managing, this establishment for today. How can I help you?"
Oh, that's cool.
Ooh.
It's lovely to meet you, Zephon Orisha. Me and my friend Ricard here, we're looking for some spell-grade incense.
Zephon gives a nod. "I believe Lucan was telling me that you were looking for the incense. He highly commended you and recommended that I give you things for a small discount today, should you be looking for supplies."
That
Wait.
would be great. How much are they?
"How much are you looking for?"
Let me double check the spell. Is it 10 gold worth for the casting? Yeah, 10 gold per casting. So, I would, I mean, I need some for a spell. Usually it's about 10 gold's worth. That's what I'd like to purchase. I think my friend needs some as well.
Yeah, I got that.
He signs, "I'll give it to you for half price today."
Nice.
That's big.
I will take. I'll put a stack of 5 gold coins and then a stack of 5 gold coins. So 2, you know,
Mhm.
10 gold worth normally, side bushels of incense.
And then I'll put down just 5 gold for myself and buy one little use.
He sort of nods and takes like a fine thing of string and bundles up these bricks of incense for the pair of you before splitting them up between the two of you.
Well, thank you for your help and the discount. It was lovely to meet you.
Zephon gives a nod and says, "If either of you are prospects of Vermilion Crest, just let me know." And then he signs, "I love to help a brother out," and sort of does a finger guns.
Oh my god. I'm gonna elbow him a little bit.
Oh yeah, that's me. Vermilion Crest. That's what I'm shooting for.
He gives a bit of a nod and a smile at that, and you can see that his teeth are all shark-like and spiky in his mouth. He signs, "I have a little something then. Come over here."
Take a look, see. I'll walk on over.
He does a bit of a shooing gesture towards Rowan.
Oh. right, yeah. I'll turn around and try to look busy.
Zephon pulls out what appears to be a like single stick of incense rather than like a brick of the loose sort of powders and herbs that usually make it up. He hands it towards you and then signs very, very quickly, and the words appear before him. He says, "Light this if you're ever really struggling with something. This is a single-use stick of luck. It'll allow you to seize the potential of different timelines and choices to make yourself a bit better at one thing."
Oh. Sweet. Thank you.
He then quickly does like a arm pumping and excitement motion and then signs again, "Vermilion Crest is the best. I hope you end up choosing us."
Definitely. You've definitely swayed my opinion. Thank you so much.
He sort of gives another shark-toothed smile and says, "Don't forget to use it."
I'll give him a thumbs up, and I'll pat Rowan on the shoulder. Let's get going.
It's rocking up. Well, that was cool. Look at you already getting in with the VCs.
The VCs.
They've got to have nicknames or something, right?
They have to. VC is a lot better than Vermilion Crest. Saying the whole thing, I like it.
Let's try to get it started if they're not doing it already.
Definitely.
I'll head back to the dorm.
Yeah.
All right, the pair of you head back to the dorm. Is there anything that Alex or Beacon would like to do?
Yeah. When I need
My
someone to
God.
do that. I really do. No. Eventually, when Beacon comes back, Alex still mostly finished the letter. Alex will just ask. I'm thinking of going down maybe to the Memento to meet some more people that are here. Would you be interested in coming down with me? I'm also a little bit hungry too.
Yeah, sure. I'd like to meet some more people around here. When they're down there, something I noticed. One of the other initiates, someone with a bit of a gray cloak, um, they're not up here with us. Maybe there's a chance that they're just down in the Memento or somewhere else um, in the Bravehollow building, but we should keep an eye out for them, just in case.
Most definitely, and we should ask around too.
Are the pair of you heading to the memento then?
Yeah.
I think so.
Alrighty. Okay. As Alex and Beacon begin to head to the memento, Boone, while you're waiting in your room, you see the pair of them seem to be headed out over there. Would you like to join them?
No, that's okay. I'll let them have their moment alone together.
Alrighty.
I got my own squeeze back here at the crib.
All right. As the pair of you head over to the memento, you pass by, walking down the similar path as Rowan and Rykard had. You pass by Illyria and a very large, almost Goliath, but also human-looking individual, somewhere in between the pair, who's covered in swirling blue tattoos. She seems very disinterested in the conversation as you both pass. You also pass by the herbarium as well as the arcanum, where you spot Rykard and Rowan passing by them. As you head further downstairs, you then see the spot that Lucan had not shown you. Rather than the sort of solid stone that the rest of the caldera has, you see that the memento appears to be almost like a rickety bayou shack set up on stilts atop of the sort of deep, beautifully luminous blue pools that you had first encountered when you had entered the hideaway of Bravehollow here on Craven's Bone. It has a rickety canopy made up of a smattering of both shackly shingles as well as like thatch bits. You can see that small nests of birds have made their homes in the actual roof of the structure. There is a almost twangy, drummy sound that is coming out of the tavern, and you can hear a bit of raucous laughter as well as some revelry. The space is quite large, and the building itself is shaped in a semicircle. There are no walls sealing it off from the rest of the space, and it appears to almost have an open air type aura to it. You can see that there are tables set up, but people are also using stools as tables, as well as knocked over barrels, stacks of books, and various other things. You can see that people are playing cards and dice. People are drinking and reveling, while other people seem to be seriously looking at maps or writing out letters. You can see that some people are keeping to themselves quietly in corners. You can see that there's a group of people who seem to be taking breaths from a hookah-like contraption, blowing out smoke from their mouths and forming intricate shapes, such as boats and butterflies and dragons. At the back of the building, you can see that there is a semicircle-shaped bar where a few stools have been set up. Behind it, you recognize, of course, Lucan, who appears to be somewhat dressed down from what he was wearing before. You can see that he has the white and slightly yellowed sleeves of his shirt rolled up beyond his elbows. He appears to be cleaning a glass and speaking with an individual who is wearing deep, rich green cloak. He seems to pass them some sort of note, and then it tosses them a bag of coins. They finish up their discussion, and he turns his attention back to wiping down the bar.
Look to Alex. Where do you want to go first?
Maybe some food first, and then we can figure out what we want to do.
Sounds like a plan. I'm starving.
Me too. We should get some things for the others too and bring them back up.
Good idea.
As you approach the tavern looking for food, you can see that right in the sort of middle of the semicircle, or at its like center, there is a large, almost appears to be like an ogre with a flopsy-looking chef's hat and a massive leather apron. You can see that they have a huge cleaver and they're chopping up a whole bunch of different foods and then tossing it into a giant wok, basically the size of Beacon. Over what appears to be almost a bonfire, you see them quickly cooking up foods. They don't seem to be much for conversation, but lots of people are around them anyway, talking to the ogre with huge smiles. The ogre occasionally grunts and almost seems to swat at the people like they're flies before feeding them food in mismatched dishes and bowls. You see one of the dishes that it serves some of the food into is actually a helmet that's been put upside down to replace a bowl.
Because he is gone.
The soup was too strong.
Soup was too strong. Kelly, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. That was weird. Sorry. Everyone just sounded like a robot, and I'm like, what the hell?
Oh
Anyway.
no. All right. Yeah, I'll just, I guess, pick up a dish. Yeah, just pick up a dish, seeing whatever it is that they're serving here.
All right, as you approach, you see that the ogre sort of gives you a look. You can see that he has a like super offset jaw that sticks out quite far. They have like a massive underbite with like huge tusks sticking out. You can see that his eyes are sort of like beady, and he has like a huge scar right across his forehead that's been stitched shut. As you come over, the ogre just grunts at you.
Hello. Could I have what, I guess what everyone else is having here?
The ogre lets out a low grunt and reaches out for the dish that you've grabbed. What kind of dish did you grab?
Oh, that's a good question, because it said like there was like a bunch of like mismatched things here.
Mm-hmm. What did you
I
choose
would
to
have
grab?
probably would have tried to grab the closest thing that I could to some kind of plate.
All right.
Probably like maybe like a little bit chipped to the side, but yeah, the closest thing that that would resemble a plate.
You grab a plate. It is like a massive serving tray that has been chipped almost in half. You see that the ogre reaches into like this large pot wok thing and pulls out a giant like lobster claw, basically the size of your head, Alex, and then pours a whole bunch of like white sauce all over it. It smells delicious.
Wow, this smells amazing. Do you make all of this yourself?
The ogre nods.
Oh, I'm sure it will be very tasty.
The ogre just nods again.
Beacon, what do you want?
I guess I take this bowl here. I like kind of take a, just like a very plain looking bowl that's in the among these dishes here.
The ogre again reaches into the wok and pulls out like a long lobster tail that's like the size of one of your arms and tosses it on the bowl, which is way too small to hold it. And you have to balance it very precariously on the top.
Oh my, thank you. This massive. Lobsters usually get this big, in Craven's Bone.
The ogre just kind of stares at you, and one of the people who's sort of like sitting near the ogre leans over and says, "It's not lobster."
Wait, what? Oh, then what is it?
What is it?
They kind of like look at the ogre and then look at you and say, "Are you sure you want to know?"
No.
The way you're talking about it, I will stop prying.
The person sort of just gives a solid nod.
Well, thanks for the warning. Hold out my hand. I'm Beacon. This is my friend Alex.
The
Hello.
person who is wearing like a they're wearing a like topaz and gold shirt sort of looks at both of you and gives both of you a shake of the hand. Nice to meet you. My name's Felix.
Felix, a pleasure to meet you. Are you part of Liar Song?
Yes, but nothing so scandalous or so important. I'm a message runner.
Oh, a message runner like for the order, or what does a message runner do? Just send messages between different orders? What do you do?
Uh, I get information, find leads, and then they send in someone who can actually deal with the problems.
I would say
That
that
sounds
is
very
a
interesting.
a very important job. We wouldn't know where to go, or no one in the Bravehollow would know where to go without what you do.
All I'm saying is, I'm not one of the more important people in the order.
Well, it sounds like an important job, nevertheless.
And the pair of you don't seem to be wearing any uniforms. You both initiates?
We are.
Yes, even less important.
I don't know about that. Every initiate holds a certain amount of potential, you know. You'll never know where you'll end up.
It seems
This is
like
very
the
true.
possibilities are endless.
Now, for all I know, you could end up running this place.
Hmm. Perhaps. I'm not too sure about all that, but
It
there's a
seems like Verilith
possibility.
is very capable.
Yeah, I didn't mean it like a literal way, but
Oh, I see.
anyhow, it's nice to meet you both. Enjoy the food.
Right, thank you. We certainly will enjoy it. Without knowing what it is, of course. That will be secret.
He gives like a solid nod to that. It's always better not to ask.
We'll keep that in mind.
As he sort of goes back to eating his food, you both see the giant chunks of lobster before you.
I'm going to try to eat it.
You
You
open this
have to
thing. How does it come out?
you have to use a dagger to crack open the shell beacon, and it takes quite a bit of work. But once it is popped open, you see soft, almost flaky looking meat inside.
Oh, I will consume. I will nom.
It tastes like pre-buttered lobster. It's very tasty.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, this is very good. Lobster.
This certainly tastes good.
Fan of this. Oh, this is what is down here every night. I'm very excited for our prospects here at Bravehollow.
Me too. Just as we're kind of eating, do we ever hear like any like kind of conversations? Yeah, like what kind of conversations are people having around us?
Go ahead and roll a perception check.
Okay, also roll a perception check.
Absolutely.
I'm nailing these perception rolls today, but that's about it.
I'm not.
Beacon, you are far too engrossed into cracking open the hard shell of the food that you're eating. But Elixios, listening around, there are so many conversations happening. It's hard for you to focus on specifically one. But one does, regardless, stand out to you. You hear two members of Vermilion Crest who are sitting at the table with about 3 members of the Deadwood Order. You overhear them talking about Deimos Oliadu and Ceres Litu. 2 people who have gone missing. They've been missing for several days now. They had initially been sent on a small quest to go and find some ruins, or rather guide someone in finding some ruins underground near the city of Landing. However, neither of them have been found as of yet.
I kind of nudge Beacon a little bit. They're talking about the 2 people that are still missing. Do you remember the group that we ran into the other day?
Oh, yes,
With
I
the
do
automata.
remember. Yeah, they didn't seem too worried, but I guess if it's being talked about now, it might be a cause for worry. Do you think
Perhaps
this
we could ask
maybe
Lucan
be
if there is a
something?
quest related to that or something that we could do to help.
Yes, I think that would be a good idea. Even if there's some small way that we can help in the search for them.
And who were the other 2 people? Was it just Lanaya and Gwyn that we met? Was there another one, or was it just those 2? There's only 2 of them,
Lena,
yeah.
Lenaya and Gwen were the only ones that you met that were off with them.
Right, but they told us about Deimos and Ceres.
Yeah. As you listen to other conversations, you also hear about an outpost to the eastern edge of the island that has not been heard from for several days. You also hear that a few hours before the isle began to shift, that a group of Vermilion Crest lore seekers had found a set of ruins, and within they thought that they had encountered a creature never seen before.
Interesting. Do I know what a lore seeker is, or is that just like a general Vermilion Crest term?
It's a general Vermilion Crest term, usually for people who are a bit more bookish and they're trying to find like items or lost texts, things of that nature.
Alright, so I will make a note of that and share that with Beacon. But perhaps we should wait to get the quest until the others are down here and we can all agree on what we would like to do going forward.
Yes, I agree. We are a team now. It's not just the 2 of us anymore.
I know that is a bit hard to get used to too, but I've been enjoying it.
So have I.
Alright, do you think we should bring some of this back up to them for them to try?
Yeah, let's do. So I could not eat all of this by myself if I tried.
No, there is far too much. So yeah, I'll take what's left of the food, grab any more if needed, and head back up to the rooms to drop some off to the rest.
As you return to the upper area, the barracks, the sort of call for rest and the exhaustion of the day sort of set over all of you. As each of you feel sort of the need for at the very least a short rest, you all prepare to bed down for the first time in your different dorms. Place is comfortable and you all feel safe at the moment. And as we end the session, you are all able to take a level up.
Let's go.
level up.
Level up. The way I just woke
Yo,
up.
she's up now. She's up now. Wait, a level up?
I crave
Level 4,
power.
let's go.
Wait, y'all, that means feet. We getting our footsies.
Oh, wait, okay. Oh, I have to really think about this now.
Oh yeah, me too.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Wow.
That was such a good
And
session.
we're not getting a long
I
rest
know,
break,
that was
Harry,
so
are we?
fun.
You are going to get a short rest.
Okay.
Short rest? Okay.
Okay. Fair enough.
Are we doing 5th edition feats or 1D&D feats?
So it'll be the 2024 feats, but if there's one that you want from 2014, let me know and we can try to homebrew it.
No, it's okay. I just didn't know which list to look at.
Yeah, look at the 2024 ones
Okay.
first. They're
Reroll
also like
HP.
a lot of them tend to be pretty good. Yeah.
Oh,
You can choose
yeah.
however much HP you.
Oh.
Well, you know what? Let's just say you get a long rest because then you can choose spells and stuff, and it's not as awkward.
Yay!
I'm scared to roll
Yay.
HP.
Me too.
I should just do that.
Manage
now.
character and levels.
That was so fun. I really like
that was
so
the
fun. I love
as
the
we're being
second.
chased by lava. That
I wasn't
rules.
expecting that. Yeah, that was really fun.
Where everyone shined
God
and it
damn
was
it.
pretty good.
God name it would.
I rolled a 3.
Oh, you rolled there.
Oh,
Okay.
that's so
I'm rolling in
That's
roll
so
20.
sadness.
Discord scares me.
Roll 20 is nicer.
Oh,
Yeah.
Dice Maiden,
well.
yeah, is my enemy.
She tends to be
Let's see
evil.
what your roll is.
Wait, now I'm scared. Don't look.
Girl!
Also, it's
Oh, I roll a
That's
three.
a girl.
Okay,
Oh,
five.
that's so
Okay,
sad.
five.
Oh.
It just adds like our modifier already for us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it is.
it'll already do it when you level up.
What's my hit die?
Oh, I gotta figure out my feet now.
D8.
Ooh, 35 hit points. Okay.
Oh!
Okay. Okay.
Ooh, we're
Heck
twinning.
yeah. Nice. I don't think did I do this right? Hello? Oh, it's because I didn't level up. My bad.
Oh my god. How am I supposed to pick a
Oopsie-daisy.
feet?
I know.
Yeah, what feet are we thinking of?
Are we thinking?
of? we thinking.
Yeah.
We thinking.
Guys,
we
we gotta
thinking.
plan
I
this.
want to know, like, if anyone has any ideas for what,
Well,
The group
so-
feet.
see, I'm conflicted because like I want Fey Touch real bad.
so good.
Because I'm
Girl,
like, I need some Misty Step in my life and shit. But
Yes.
Flash
Yeah.
Recall sounds really fun. I like the flavor of it, so I'm like kind of leaning to that.
I love Flash Recall too.
Doesn't that one let you like
Fair.
remember a spell that you didn't prep or something like that?
Yes, which I'm like, it's
Yeah.
in line with my wands
Ooh.
tea, so I'm like, I
That's
like
really
that.
cool.
Margot has been trying to climb the back of my chair for the past like 10 minutes.
what are you doing, baby kitty?
She
what
wants
are
to
you
be part of
doing,
D&D.
baby kitty?
Baby
She just always has to be
kitty.
doing what I'm doing.
She just wants to hang out.
She wants to be where the people are.
Yeah.
I wanna be where the people are.
Yeah, that's what Margot sounds like.
Yeah.
Margo sounds like a gremlin.
I'm thinking about maybe taking magic initiate, but I'm not too sure.
Ooh.
Ooh, which
That's
one?
always a
Cleric,
fun
druid, or
one.
wizard? Cleric?
Cleric. Yeah, mostly because I want guidance, but I'm like I could probably
Magic initiate
something a bit
warlock.
more.
Take another warlock
Well,
one.
in the new
all of
rules,
the
it's only cleric,
cantrips.
druid, and wizard.
I know,
Oh,
I'm just
true.
joking.
It's only like the
true.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm just
yeah.
joking.
I think it's kind of silly.
I gotta.
I mean, like, it
It's
makes sense to
silly.
be like, I can't be magic initiate sorcerer. Like, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, that's fair.
What are you picking, Vic?
Did y'all see that they're like making new mystic rules? They like called them something
I
else.
did, yeah.
But
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
it's
What is
like
that?
it was a class that like never really became a class in like normal 5e, and now they've like reworked it and they're trying to like see if it could work now.
Oh.
But now it's like basically all about psionics. So
Mm.
Ugh, this is
There
so
are a few
hard.
feats I want to take, but I think I'm leaning towards telekinetic right now.
Ooh.
Ooh.
so you can jerk him off from another room.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Exactly.
Wait.
Visibly.
Yep.
It could be anyone right now. It's
Yep.
invisible. It could be anybody.
Who's doing that?
No.
Oh my god.
Take
Stop it.
back.
No.
This is so much.
No. We can't.
See, if I do
No.
Fey Touch, I can get
God.
silvery barbs, but I feel like I'm not ready for that kind of power
Mm.
yet.
Fair.
Yeah, Fey Touch also lets you add a +1 to your.
Yeah, I could hit 20.
wisdom.
That would be kind
I'm
of
trying to hit 18.
20?
You're 20?
Ooh, I could do interception. Just look at all these things. I could get lucky.
What are you thinking for Rykard, Vic?
I love
Are you still
Lucky.
thinking Fey Touch,
Yeah.
or-
Yeah, Fey Touch is pretty tempting.
We all might take Fey Touch.
Bro, free,
Everybody takes Fey
No,
touch.
free Misty Step goes so hard.
What about Shadow Touch? That's
It
very
really does,
similar.
yeah.
But invisibility is kind of
Shadow
like
Touch is
boof. I don't
cool.
know. It's a little
Yeah,
boof.
spell
Boo.
switch, that's good.
Visibility rolls. I quite like it.
That's true. I mean, it's situationally nice. I don't hate her.
I get a new
I
cantrip
take
too.
New
combat.
cantrip.
Oh, right, we do.
Oh. Get a cantrip. a cantrip.
Cantrip, shall I
I
take?
think I'm just gonna take an ability score improvement. And
Honestly,
fix
I
my
might
wisdom
be
because
there
my
with
wisdom is
you.
shit.
What is
I
your
think that's
wisdom
what
right
I'm
now?
gonna do. 17.
Oh, well, if you get like a +1 feat, like Fey Touched or something else, it'll bump you to 18.
Yeah, but I want to get to 20.
That's
Fey
valid.
touch,
That's
more
valid.
like gay touched.
I'll do that next time.
Gay touch.
I'm like, I want my score up, but I'm like, I don't know. I like fun little mechanics.
I'm already Fey touched.
True.
Yeah.
True.
You are Fey touched. Maybe okay. Alright. Alright. I'm either gonna take an ability score increase or I'm gonna take Shield Master.
Oh.
Sure.
Yeah, that one got
Ooh.
updated. It's a lot better now.
Yeah, sounds pretty good. Yeah, Interpost Shield is really good.
Yeah.
And I get a +1 to strength anyway, which would get me to 18.
What's Beacon's
Yeah,
new
I'm gonna
health?
do that. It's 29. I didn't roll very good.
Oh
Dude.
shit.
Step out the
I have a
way, bro. I'm the
32.
tank now.
Oh,
I am
shit.
Oh
tank.
my god. Alex has so much health.
You
I'm
tank.
37
I'm at
right now.
27. I'm at 27. What the fuck?
You added your stuff on
Isn't
too?
Rowan at like 35?
Yeah, I'm at
Yes,
35.
bitch.
Oh my god.
Wait, how did you get 35? I just
That
added my 3. What were you at before?
I was at 20 something, 26, 25, 25. I don't know.
I was at 21.
And did you actually hit the level up, like the number too?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Oh, do you have
It
like?
added my. Oh wait, no, because it should add my constitution. Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
No, hold on. Hold
Something
on.
needs fixing.
Something's wrong.
Something's fishy. I think we're good. Okay. Yeah, +4 strength now. That rules.
Wait, how do I modify my HP again? I don't remember. I just did that.
On the builder
you
when you're
go
on the
to-
class page.
Yeah, the builder.
Oh, right. Yeah, wait, it should be 4d8 plus 12 for my constitution. 4 levels times 3, yeah. Wait,
What was?
so I rolled 3. I was at 21.
You were at
Yep.
21, then you leveled and you got +3, so oh yeah, so 27 is right for you.
Yeah. Don't bully me.
You
I don't have a lot of HP.
That's not bad though. 27 is alright.
Girl.
Well, don't you get like bonus stuff in wild shape? From your your
Yeah, I
thing?
get bonus AC in wild shape.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
But I have spells. Wait, oh, we get access to new
Spells.
wild shapes.
Spells. Wait, do we? Oh wait, because level
Ew.
4.
At level
wait.
4, yeah.
Wait a minute.
I think it's 21 now, right?
Oh, and we get 6 forms now, so we get 2 more forms.
One D&D wild
So now you can be a
shape
horse.
Now we can be a horse.
You'd be
One
a
D&D.
horse.
Wait, where's the list of wild shapes in 1D&D and not 5e? Is it the same?
Yeah, it's just like any beast monsters that are a half CR or lower now for us.
Did any of that change in 1D&D?
I'd usually just go to the monsters tab, you know, like the D&D monster page, and then if you
Oh, wait.
hold on, I can send you the filtered.
You guys
Thank
can be
you.
pterodactyls now.
Hell yeah. Okay. But I think this will have the filters applied. But I usually just go to that page because it'll show all the beasts and then a half
Ooh.
CR or lower.
About to be a beast of burden.
You could be an ape. We could be apes.
Monkey time.
You could be a barnacle, buzz.
Wait, 2 more forms is actually goated. Like,
Okay, I need to
that.
write down my form somewhere. Hold on. Let me grab a sticky note. Ugh.
If you use on your character sheet, there's an extras tab. You can go right into that and hit manage extras, and then you can select wild shape. I would select wild shape 2014. I can't remember why. What the oh, because yeah.
Wait, I didn't even know this was here.
Yeah, so I have like Freya and all of my forms there.
Oh my gosh, wait, I have to add my other forms. Okay, hold on. Boar? Yeah.
Oh yeah, and you use the 2014 one because otherwise it shows your HP instead of the
Oh, word.
stats HP, which is what we use.
Okay. What were my other? Oh yeah, giant bat. And the centipede. Yeah. Okay. Ooh, now I get to look at new ones.
Why is making decisions
could be
so
bears.
hard? We could be.
We could be bears.
Brown. We could be blue. We could be violet.
Be violet sky.
I think that Rowan could be an otter, but he couldn't be a bear.
Am I allowed to be
So
a dinosaur?
true,
Because I
so
could be a
true.
raptor.
We did just see some
I've
dinos.
never been
That was a real
You
question.
did see some dinosaurs, but you didn't see raptors.
Fuck.
Rawr.
Rawr.
We could be a crocodile.
You know what you could do? We could go digging for dinosaur bones, and you
You
could
could be
try and
Lyle
become a...
crocodile.
It's like fossil fighters.
Was
Yeah, you
that
turn
like,
to a fossil.
was that like a rule with the old druid, or was it just like
There's a rule.
house rule? Let me look at the wild.
I
shape,
think you
'cause it might be
needed to like
different.
actually have encountered it, or
I
like
think you're right.
reasonably have. Because wasn't it
Yeah.
the whole thing that people were like, "Oh, my DM won't let me see a T-Rex"?
Yeah.
Like, wasn't that a
Yeah.
whole thing that people would complain about?
That was a whole thing.
Oh yeah. Okay, so 2020 or 2014 says a shape of a beast that you've seen before. Okay, let me look at the new one because it
I
might
could be a
different
giant
now.
canary. Philo's back.
Not Philo.
Oh, no.
Anything but
Shooting that bird at the
that.
sky.
Please. Other form of animal bonus action beast form that you would learn from
Hell
this
yeah.
feature. I mean, it
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 says
doesn't.
that you've learned. It doesn't say that you've seen.
Yeah, it just says that you've learned from this feature.
As a
and it
bonus
shows
action.
Oh god, I have my narrator thing on. And it shows like known forms. So it doesn't say that you've had to have seen a creature before. So I mean, but
Yeah.
it's still up to you. It's up to you.
I mean, I think it's fine. You guys can grab whatever you'd like, as long as it's like not completely insane.
I mean, I don't want
What
to
the
be a
fuck is a
dinosaur. That's
jaculi?
scary.
A jaculi?
Oh,
A
Uchi.
jacuzzi?
G-lie, B-lie, Kinda.
G-lie, B-lie, Goo-lie, P-rat.
A jaculi. A rat-tat-tat-ta.
A
A
rat-tat-tat-tat.
rat-tat-tat-ta.
I'll give you a war horse. A strong.
Yeah. Strong.
Oh, it's like a,
It's like
hold on.
Yeah. You
It's
know
like a
what?
goddamn
Hell yeah.
motherfucking,
It's a,
And I've always
it's
said
a, like
that.
a big snake.
I'm a snake.
It's
I'm
a
a
big snake that can
snake.
like camouflage themselves.
It's a little snake.
Shut the fuck up.
Going to the garden. Gonna catch me a mouth.
My God, what are you talking
I'm a
about?
snake.
What's
I'm a freaking
happening?
snake. You haven't seen that video?
No, I'm afraid.
Oh,
Nice.
Don't be afraid.
a sneaky snake. I could be a reef shark. What happens if I turn into a shark on land?
You're a land shark.
Period.
Beacon picks you up and uses you as a weapon.
Oh god.
Squid
Get me
launcher.
around.
Oh yeah, a space eel. Harry's gonna regret telling us we could do whatever.
I
Rue
no,
the
I
day.
regret everything I ever say. So
Rue the day.
Swarm of bees. Swarm of bees.
Be
Swarm
a
of
big ol'
rot
leech.
grubs. Period.
Swarm
Could be a
of us.
velociraptor. Shit. Walrus.
Could be a
Shit.
mad
walrus.
I
Wait, so we
wild
could be
shape
any
into a
beast?
swarm.
Does it's a beast? It has to be a beast.
Yes, yes. Beast just has to be the
Okay.
creature type.
Where there's not a lot of beasts.
Yeah, you don't really get some good ones until you get like past.
Flying and stuff.
Yeah. Level 8 is when we'll start cooking.
Well, that's a long ways away.
Shit.
Period. Oh, I get to pick 2. That's right. Oh.
Yeah, I feel like horse has to be a given for me because I'm like after what just happened, I'm like maybe we need to be able to
We
travel.
were, we were fine. There was never a moment where we weren't gonna make it out of there.
right.
It's fine.
Mhm.
But do I pick?
I think I'm
big,
gonna do a
thicky
crocodile.
ones?
Lyle crocodile.
Crocodile was actually pretty good, I think. I think it's one of the better
Yeah,
forms.
you can do you can like take it into a roll.
Barrel roll.
Oh,
Yeah, let me
Oh,
add
barrel.
crocodile.
crocodile.
I know crocodile and like
Crocodile.
velociraptor, I think, are like up there with like one of the better
I
forms.
kind of don't want to do a dinosaur though. Look, I love dinosaurs. It doesn't fit my vision.
Why don't you do a giant
Yeah.
riding lizard?
But that's like
What's
what
that
Obi-Wan
thing?
Kenobi rides in the prequels.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
That thing has a name. I forgot its name. Hold on. Kenobi's lizard in the prequels. Boga. Her name is Boga.
Oh, Bogadies.
You know, she was in the Clone Wars. Look, here. She was in the prequels too. This is
She goes,
Boga. Yeah, she makes a silly noise.
and then she gets shot. She goes.
When she falls off.
The thing honks.
I think that if all those clones were able to survive, she was able to survive.
I think, yeah, where's my
Right.
Boga spinoff?
True.
I
The
love the way
sequel
she
we
runs.
actually need.
Slaps. Yeah, exactly.
Ugh, I'm so conflicted. Oh my god.
I'm a giant goat because I'm the goat.
Yeah, I was supposed to get my reference images into the.
Oh
artist.
shit. Okay.
Ooh.
To
Are you
the
submitting
artiste.
pictures of Obi-Wan Kenobi?
Correct. Yeah.
Question.
Hello there.
We don't
Wait.
get fly speed, right?
Not until 8.
Not yet.
No.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, not
Harry,
that I
did
need
you say
it,
that
but-
you had like initiate feats for Bravehollow?
Huh? Oh,
remember that.
we were trying to make them, but they like were falling apart when I tried to make them.
Oh my god, I could be a
Brave
trout.
Yeah.
I could be a knucklehead trout. It has a CR of 0.
Wow.
Not a
It has 7
knucklehead.
hit points.
That's a lot of hit points for a trout. Those things die easy.
It's a trout. This will affect the trout population, methinks.
Dude.
Dang, I feel like I have to get Fey touched. It's just like objectively better.
It's like you're trying to find a way for
Go
somebody
for
to
it.
talk you out of grabbing it.
I am. Well, because it's like, listen, with Fey touched, I get a free casting of Missy Step and Silvery Barbs, and I get bumped up to 20. Or I could go for the flavor, and I could get Flash Recall, and basically once every short rest, I can switch out a spell as a bonus action, which is kind of cool.
Why does
That's
the
pretty cool.
eel... Wait. Why does the eel have a twice... Why is the eel CR of 1/2 and a fucking seal is 0? Like a
Mhm.
leopard? And the picture for it is a leopard seal. This is ridiculous. This is
Because
ridiculous.
some old white man
Leopard
somewhere
seal,
decided
jeez.
that.
It's like a harbor seal, actually. I thought it was a leopard seal at first. But still. It could be a sturge. You should pick stench cow.
Oh, never that. Never that.
But
I'm
you
gonna-
could.
I'm gonna pick Warhorse and then something else. I don't know.
That was
Probably
a good
both.
movie.
Telepathic.
I didn't watch it.
Yeah.
Observant. Telepathic.
I don't want to be an ape.
Chef.
And
Become-
I
I
support
could be a
that for you.
barnacle bass.
And I'm like, I need
You
another
just be a
fighting
barnacle.
form.
I could pick another boar. I could be boar and then boar legacy.
The old version of the boar.
I could be a badger and a cave badger, guys.
Rawr.
I could be your
Now, why did
angel,
you say
or
that?
I could be your devil.
Your angle or your damble. A diseased giant rat. Word.
That's just Miaro.
Is the recording still going?
Oh, it definitely is. Hey, hey,
Hooray!
good.
Leave.
recording.
Leave.
By
Get out of
recording.
here.
Bye,
Bye,
recording.
Or just
Craig.
wanted to know what we were doing for level up.